these Gen Zs were children. Actually, right now they're 24 years old. They were less than 8 years old, 7 years old. And I think Mr. Njoroge is there, and he'll tell you when we started, these guys were kids. They were in primary schools, most likely. And we failed. And that is the time also when we launched the 2010 Constitution, that period. We failed to do a good job at character formation. So, and that's why we have this situation today. So when you see the youth doing what they're doing online, it shows that I, as a parent, and most importantly, the educators, we dropped the ball somewhere. You see, we dropped the ball. When you see young people using AI to generate pictures of dead people in coffins and sharing them online, during my days, we were afraid of dead people, right? But these guys, they're not afraid anymore. So it basically shows that there's a big problem and we dropped the ball. I also say that when we launched the 2010 Constitution, we ushered in, and presented, level of civil liberties, the freedoms of speech, the freedom of expression. So the 2010 Constitution gave us this after a long time when we lived under some repression. However, our legislators didn't do a good job when it comes to implementation. The Constitution came with the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which was supposed to check the freedoms. They say that if you have freedom, you need responsibility. So the MPs watered down the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which was the vanguard for the 2010 Constitution. So we have freedoms of speech. People can talk, can do anything, but then the Constitution, the Chapter 6, which was supposed to be, emphasizing on character, ethics, morality, was watered down. Also, those days before, I remember during our times, we used to have something in school called loyalty pledge. During the Moi regime, every day we used to recite the loyalty pledge. I don't know whether we do that anymore. We don't do that anymore. We used to have social education and ethics, civic education and ethics. I don't know whether we do have that anymore. So what you're seeing today is as a result of what we have given away. We have given away too much. And so our kids, and also that is the time when our kids started using technology. They started engaging with technology, the mobile phones. During our times, we were not being mentored by the mobile phone, but our kids today are spending time on mobile phones. And so what you're doing today is a result of what is happening. So we dropped the ball in 2010, we inherited what's going on today. And so now our Gen Zs, right now our kids, the ones who are in class today, we are facing a similar situation today, because the ones who are in class today are far more brighter, smarter. They have engaged with the mobile phones, and they're smart. They ask questions. My 14-year-old always asks me why. If I tell her something, well, Daddy, why do I need to do that? If I forget to do something, she tells me. If I don't tie my seatbelt, she reminds me. So they're smarter than us. So if we don't do a good job today, then you cannot imagine how 2050 will be. 2050, we will be too old, and they will be the MPs, they will be the presidents, they'll be running this country. So we have an opportunity today to influence the generation that will be leading 2050. And this is why we are here today. This is why we are saying we need to transform education. In the global south, towards 2050. Why we emphasize the global south? Because somehow the global north, what's going on, especially in the US, and thanks to the American people, they ushered in a new president who, even despite his controversial other natures, is a believer in discipline, in character, in family. We had seen too much radicalism and work in the West, and this was pervading our society. So we have an opportunity today, and we're saying that we have an opportunity today to influence the generation that will be leading in the year 2050. That is what we are doing. That's why we are doing this today. So it is essential that we come together as parents, educators, and the community leaders to guide our youth in understanding the significance of character and integrity. The challenges of our children, what we are calling offline character. We always say at the Global Peace Foundation that offline character informs online character. So if we inculcate offline character in our kids, then you are able to trust them with the mobile phones. You are able to trust them to do a good thing. You are able to know that your kids, will not be, watching pornography on their phones and all stuff like that. So we have a big job. So when I looked at our president the other day, urging parents to take care of our children. He was urging parents to take care of our children. I agreed with him. I couldn't argue with that. That parents must ensure that your kids are not out there throwing abuse, insults at people. In our age, we used to be caned. Those days we used to have, the cane, whenever we make a mistake, we go home, your mom is with you. So those are the traditional models that ensure that we are who we are today. So even though we have progressed as a society, we don't need we don't need to give away too much. We need to agree on what I call the non-negotiables. Character is a non-negotiable. Discipline is a non-negotiable. Because if you don't do it today, you saw the Gen Zs coming to parliament, almost banning parliament. What are they going to do in 2050? We will run away. They will kill us. So we have a very, very big job today. But other than parents, because these kids spend more time with teachers, our kids spend more time with teachers. So we need to ensure that our educators are empowered to do a good job, because we trust our teachers to take care of our kids. So this is the reason why we want to work with educators to ensure that our kids are in safe hands. Okay? So I want to thank you once again for your commitment to transforming education in a way that prioritizes character and holistic growth. I want to thank Crawford International School for hosting us here today. This is a beautiful destination, and please, let's clap for Crawford. I also want to thank our partners. We have UNICAF, we have the Ministry of Education, we have Kigwa Ridge School that is going to be hosting the family section of this workshop on Friday. We have Oracle Academy, and I know we have Danny Guris online, but we have the amazing representative from Oracle Academy. Just rise up. Yes. Yes, and all of you, the Ministry of Education, the Kenya Private Schools Association, we have Engineer Ben Cairo from the, Sunrise Virtual School, who we have been working very, very closely with on this journey. Mr. Cairo, that is Mr. Engineer Ben Cairo. He's running Sunrise Virtual School for those who want to do homeschooling, or let their kids, study from school. Yesterday, he told me something, which really touched me, Sometimes you take your kids to a school, and if a school that doesn't have character, your child leaves home, a good child, innocent, but when they go to school, they are taught all manners of things. They learn to smoke weed, they learn to do all sorts of crazy things. So that's why we keep saying that our education institutions, our schools, should be our safe spaces for our kids. So when your child comes to this school, you want her to come back a better person, a better human being, yeah. So I want to now take this opportunity to recognize a few, I know some of them are going to speak, but I want to recognize some members of the Global Peace Foundation Board. We have Mr. Stephen Njoroge, former director of Semester. We also have Canon Rosemary Mbogo, who is the chairperson of the Global Peace Foundation in Kenya. We also have Father Canis Enyaka, Father Canis Chinyaka Enyaka, who is the Africa Regional representative of the Global Peace Foundation. He just came in from the US. And of course, we have Dr. Tony Devine, who will be the chief facilitator. Dr. Devine is an amazing educator, and he will be with us for the next 2 days. Dr. Tony Devine. Yeah. It's good. So at this juncture, allow me to invite the chairperson of the Global Peace Foundation, Canon Rosemary, to give a few remarks, and then invite Father Canis to come and speak to us. Welcome, Canon Rosemary. Please clap for her. Welcome.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. It's a joy to be here. You see, I've come with no notes, so I'll speak off cuff and very briefly. First and foremost is to appreciate each and every one of us that has attended this conference, and to appreciate the fact that it is in our partnership that we build and make the whole. There is no character development that is undertaken by an individual self. Mainly because, like I normally say, there's deep intersection between home, which is the cradle for life. Then we move from there, we come to the public space. After moving from the home, which is the private space, and also even the sacred space, where oftenly we build and embed values for life. So there is an interplay that ensures that we are prepared for holistic living, not just limited to the space where we are born and belong on a daily basis, but we are prepared for service in society. And for that preparation to happen so that we have a holistic whole person, there is need to ask and call on board all of us to play our part and give our expertise in ensuring that this creation of God that begins from the family cradle is facilitated to be a whole person for service to the rest of humanity. And hence, the belief is for global peace, that we are one family under God, and peace begins at home. Then there is that mobility that we have to nurture. And so thank you for being here. You are a critical part in the whole. And as we play our part and do it well with the fragments of perfection that we are called into, then we impact the entirety. May we just be ready to receive more. We know what we know for sure. None of us is coming with a blank slate. But when we join hands together, we sharpen our ideals, we draw strength from one another, we learn something new, and we are able to plug in and make our services even better. So as Global Peace Kenya, we truly do appreciate each and every one of you as a key player in this assignment that is in our hands. So just let's enjoy the company of one another. Let's enjoy the presence of each other. And let's open our ears to receive and to understand the visible as well as the invisible. Because often when we sit in a place like this, there is what is spoken, but there is something deeper that is also revealed as you sit and you discern. So keep discerning and discerning for that space where you shall be held accountable at the end of time. Because every one of us will be held accountable. And at the end of the time of our service, in that duration of the assignment that is in our hands, keep asking yourself, am I giving my all? Am I truly very faithful to the final dot? Because if I am, then I have no reason to be afraid, to be doubtful, or even to regret. Because I know I did and I gave what I needed to give when I was called to give. So may God in His grace minister with us. Father Canis, karibu sana. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Global Peace Foundation International, I humbly and respectfully welcome every one of you to this conference. I want to start by thanking this noble institution, Crawford, for providing this space and for hosting all of us today. I sincerely thank my colleagues here in Kenya, Global Peace Foundation Kenya, led by my dear brother Daniel Juma. I thank the board of the Global Peace Foundation Kenya, led by Canon Rosemary. I want to thank all our partners who are here today. The reason we're here is very simple. At the deepest mooring of the human person is the yearning for beauty and order. And to achieve this, we need holistic education. That's the core of our humanity. You know, when we walked into this hall, I told Tony, this is beautiful. There is the yearning in us for that which is good, for that which is beautiful. And to achieve it, we need collective consciousness and experience. The path to that is education. I'm not going to waste your time. I just want to thank you for who you are, for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father Canis, for those brief and great remarks. So I want to call upon, at this juncture, Dr. Paul Wanjohi, who is the national member of the Kenya Private Schools Association, to come and briefly tell us something. Please clap for him as he comes on board. Also, we have online Mr. Danny Guris. He'll be talking to us at exactly 10:15. So let's welcome Dr. Wanjohi. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, mine are just a few remarks appreciating the initiatives done by the Global Peace, even bringing us to such a wonderful international school, representing the private schools in our country. We must say that this is a very timely agenda, and I would like us even to mention that when we are doing the discussion, our education in our country is at crossroads. And because of that, can we put it as an agenda? Because we need to make it equitable to all. We are hearing of the bursary things, we are hearing of the university models, and without education, years to come, 2050, we might have a big problem. Otherwise, thank you very much. I would like to recognize one of our also national leaders who is here with us, a person of great substance in this sector, and I would say, with the permission of the organizers, she comes and greets us briefly. Mary Olubai, please do come, and let's welcome her with that clap, please.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. I stand on the already established protocols. So good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Olubai, as you've been told. I represent the Kenya Private Schools Association, particularly Nairobi County, and at the same time, I am a director of educational institutions, all the way from the basic education to the tertiaries. And I do sit in Mount Kenya University and Mount Kigali University Council members. So that is to say that I am able, through your help and with your help, to cut across all the issues that bedevil this education space, especially when it comes to peace and character building. And so just to echo what the other speakers have said, I'd like to say that character is everything. And without character, it does not matter how much we try. We try to educate everyone. And so today, we are very glad to say that the Global Peace is inculcating character online and offline, in life and out of life, so that at the end of the day, we have a very holistic individual that we are living for this world. Not all the time what the world is giving to us, but what are we giving to the world? So congratulations even for this event, and we look forward to a very fruitful and meaningful engagement. Nice to see all of you. Thank you.
Please give her another round of applause. Thank you. At this moment, I want to invite Madam Jeria Keribo, who is the Deputy Director in the Ministry of Education, to say something briefly before we invite Danny Guris from Oracle, who will be joining us online at 10:15. Please give her an applause as she comes to the stage. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the opportunity. All protocols observed. Good morning. God is good, and all the time. Yeah, I'm Jeria Keribo is my name, Deputy Director, Education, representing the Regional Education Office, and also representing the Ministry of Education. Mine will be very brief. Yeah, this workshop has come at the right time, simply because when I've seen the title that we are here because of the Africa Renaissance, the period which started from Europe, and it covered the period between the 15th and the 16th century. Anyway, it was a cultural movement which occurred in Europe. And finally, it has come to Africa. Why? Because of the loss of African identity. Because of what? Because the parents, some of the parents, have forgotten their role. They are no longer acting as the role model to their children. So we are here for a lesson. And also, I've seen that we are going to be taken through that topic known as a team, moral and innovative leadership. Yani, we are here so that we can be taken through that. And after this, we are going to teach the young generation about life skill issues. Because of what? Because of the emerging issues like what? We have this one, this threatening issue which is happening in the whole world about young readers not knowing how to resolve simple matters. And also I've seen that we are here for a lesson. Which lesson? Kenya as a country, we are in a critical moment whereby soon we are going to be done with the 844 system of education. And it will be replaced. It's almost being replaced by the competence-based curriculum, which is about moral values, which is about inculcating moral values in our young and growing generation. And also a request, because Nairobi as a county is it's a combination of different areas whereby half of it is covered by it comprises of slum areas. And due to that, we have some of our young girls who are not able to join middle-level colleges due to hard economic times. And also, we are here for a reason. Why? Because we have our young girls who do not know how to respect themselves. That is why we have been having a lot of fun things done to them. For example, we have this issue of being murdered. Why? Because of the responsibility of some of our parents. And also a request that we need to have some workshops for our young parents. Because of what? Because they don't have time for their children. Otherwise, I don't have much. I want to appreciate your invite. So each and every one of us here is here for a lesson and a purpose. Otherwise, I don't have much. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam. Let's give her another round of applause. She said something very, very important, that we need another workshop for parents. Yeah, this conversation is not just about the educators, but the parents have a very, very important role to play. If we see our young people misbehaving, we as parents, me included, must take responsibility. It's very, very, very important. So I think that conversation is key. And just to mention that on 24th, we're going to have a workshop after here at the Kigwaridge School for families and parents. And for this, I really want to appreciate, Victor Omondi and Nancy from Kigwaridge. Please just rise up from Kigwaridge School. They'll be hosting the families workshop on 24th. And so those parents who are here, families, you're welcome to that workshop. You're going to learn a lot about that. So without much ado, it's now 10:14. 10:15, we are waiting to welcome Mr. Danny Guris. Mr. Danny Guris is in charge of Middle East and Africa at Oracle, Regional Director of Middle East and Africa at Oracle Academy. And he's a longtime friend of the Global Peace Foundation. And Oracle Academy is one of the sponsors of this workshop. Please give Mr. Guris a hand of applause as he comes online. Welcome, Mr. Danny Guris.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oracle Academy is not just a platform for teaching and learning technology, it's a gateway to the world where future leaders are not only equipped with technical skills, but also with the character, the value, and a holistic mindset to transform the world for the better. As we stand at the crossroads of an increasingly digital and interconnected world, we are reminded that technology alone cannot solve the complex challenges we face. What is needed are leaders who are not only skilled in navigating the digital landscape, but also are grounded in integrity, empathy, and a commitment to a lifelong learning and growth. And that's where Oracle Academy comes in. Oracle Academy's vision and the mission of Oracle Academy is clear: to help students around the world to develop the skills needed to thrive in a fast evolving world of technology. Through its extensive curriculum offering in areas like database management, cloud computing, programming, and AI, Oracle Academy is providing students with the tools and knowledge that will be essential for their success. But beyond all of you to embrace the opportunity that Oracle Academy offers, not just a technical advancement, but for professional and personal growth. Let's continue this work together to empower transformative leaders of lifelong character and holistic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you, Danny Goris, for those remarks. Next, I want to call my friend, Engineer Ben Cairo, who is the CEO of Sunrise Virtual School. I also want to, as I do that, I want to recognize. They say that behind every successful man, there is a. So, Mrs. Ben Cairo, please, just wave up. Yeah. So, Engineer Cairo, welcome. Karibu sana.
Thank you, sir. All protocols observed. Good morning. Myself and my colleagues, Madam Bernadette, who is the Education Director, the Principal, Sunrise Virtual School, and I think we still have one or two colleagues around. We are grateful to be here. Okay. So we are grateful to be here. And I think, colleagues, we all agree that this discourse is necessary and it's timely. Now, the question is, what are you going to do as an organization, as an individual? In the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, Dr. Tony will be taking us through in-depth dive into the reason as to why we need to integrate character with pedagogical pathways. But then I wouldn't want us to gravitate back to a state of inaction and waiting for the learners to change without our direct input and contribution. So we hold a position of influence over the learners, and I would just want to request colleagues that in the next 2 days what we learn here, let's make a point to commit ourselves as individuals, as organizations, as educators, to be able to make sure that what we learn here actually does end up being transmitted in classrooms. Now, I was having discussion in our strategy meeting to organize for this, and what we were saying is that we need to accelerate this because so many teachers need to hear this, and you're blessed to be here. This needs to go to the rest of Africa. It needs to go to the rest of thousands and millions of students, of teachers that are in this country. So we hope that as we get trained, we can also be agents of transformation and engage our colleagues and to make sure that we accelerate the work that's being done by Global Peace Foundation of integrating character with education. With those few remarks, I'm grateful to be here and we'll be interacting more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer. Thank you. Give him another round of applause. Okay, great. So next, online I want to invite representing UNICAF, Mr. Samson Kidhika from UNICAF. He's going to tell us about what they do at UNICAF and those who want to get their masters, PhDs, and all that. He's here representing.
International for hosting us. And as Bonajuma said, I'm here representing the country manager, Winnie Rachel, who could not be able to meet us today. And I'm grateful that I have this opportunity to just share very briefly about UNICAF and what we do, and also to thank the CEO, Bonajuma, Global Peace Foundation, for a great partnership and enduring partnership over the years. So allow me to just dive in and just read something as we continue. I'll start by saying it's an honor to be here today at this pivotal workshop that underscores the power of innovation in driving progress and fostering a more inclusive and sustainable world. At UNICAF, we have long believed that education is the cornerstone of innovation and societal transformation. As a leading provider of online higher education, we leverage cutting-edge technology to make quality education accessible and affordable to individuals worldwide. By combining academic excellence with digital innovation, we are equipping learners with the skills and knowledge they need to thrive in a rapidly evolving global landscape. Our partnership with the Global Peace Foundation stands as a testament to this commitment. Together, we are not only advocating for moral leadership and peace building, but also bridging the education gap by providing tools and opportunities that empower individuals to be change makers in their communities. This collaboration embodies the shared vision of nurturing innovative minds to create a future built on equity, peace, and progress. As we embark on today's journey, is that me? As we embark on today's journey of dialogue and learning, I encourage each of you to embrace the opportunities this workshop presents. Let us harness our collective wisdom to explore creative solutions and inspire one another to take bold steps towards meaningful change. On behalf of UNICAF, I want to wish all of you a fruitful and a value-adding workshop. May the ideas shared here today ignite a spark that will resonate far beyond this room. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Let's give him a better applause. Okay, so as we wait for the chief facilitator, I want to invite two other partners. Briefly, I want to invite Dr. Irene Kizito from Global Peace Women. Just come and say your name and just tell us something briefly as we wait for the chief facilitator. So Global Peace Women is one of our partners, and they're developing a guide for families, how to make us better parents, right? So welcome, Karibu.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Irene Kizito. I'm not a doctor yet, but one of these days I will be. Very happy to be here, and it's a great opportunity to meet all of you, and I look forward to interacting with you, especially on Friday when we'll be talking about family. We have something in progress that we'll be very happy to share with you. It's a curriculum that will help parents to teach values in the home. We'll have more of that discussion on Friday. I hope that many of you will make time to attend. Thank you.
Give a better applause, please. Good. Lastly, I want to invite a representative from Family Peace Association to come. I called him Mr. Arthur. Briefly, just say your name. They're going to be talking to us at the family workshop, but I just want to recognize them, yeah. So Karibu, just tell us your name and briefly, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Daniel. My name is Arthur Oyange. I do represent Family Peace Association, which is a partner organization to Global Peace Foundation. Our main focus is to help families become more healthier, more thriving, with God at the center of it, and more important, to make our families become homes where character is actually cultivated and enhanced. So we are looking forward towards working with all of you to create a partnership between homes, families, and the schools to ensure that our children are not only intellectually vibrant, but also emotionally intelligent and socially responsible. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you. So give him another applause, please. Thank you. So we're just about to welcome our chief facilitator, Dr. Divine. As he prepares to come on board, I want to recognize the following partners. We have here Mr. Enoch Kisa from Kenyatta University. Please clap for him. We have Abigail Busolo from Sunrise Virtual School. Please clap for her. We have Leah Maina from the Ministry of Education, Westland Sub-County. Please clap for her. We have Olivia from Kenya, Kenya Motion for Girls and Women with Disability. Please clap for her. We have Samuel Turanira from Kyoto School. We have Linet Wairimu Njoroge from Kenyatta University. We have Moses Nyanduga from Jomo Kenyatta University of Arts and Technology, Agriculture and Technology. We have Paris Atieno Kemboi from Emmanuel Monziala School. We have Emma Muruku from Urafiki Karavana School. We have Grace N. Maina from Education Specialist Consultant. We have Happiness Wangui from the Image Academy. We have Felix Karaoke from Inis Image Academy. We have Pauline, the other name is difficult, from Mali Therapy. Pauline, please clap for her. She's one of our very famous partners doing a lot in equity in education. We also have from Mali Therapy, Kevin Kinyanjui and Quinta Anyango from Mali Therapy. We have Christine Murage from Education Advocacy, The World. We also have Daisy Odeko from Harvest Nation, World March of Women. We have Martin Mugambi from Bromide Ventures. We have Magdalene Eboni from Kenyatta University. We have Magai Masi from CFK Africa, Carolina Fokibra. We have Mary Asiko from Becky School Center. We have Michael Onyango Omolo from Children's House School. We have Samuel Ochieng from 1 Million Teachers. We have Frederick Mugige from Fairview Children's Center. We have Mary Murioki from Elimu Nyumbani. We have Mariam Kenjeku from students who's at Desa University. We have Brenda Mudhoni from Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, Commission for Education. We have Michael Maina from Regis Runda Academy. We have Damaris Isaac from Regis Runda Academy. We have Catherine Wamboi from Books First Africa. We have Duncan Deda from Plesa Junior Academy, 1 Million Teachers. We have Raymond from Mount Moriah School, and Morgan Carr from Mount Moriah School. I've also seen Felix Kimani from Kavu, right? Yes. And all of you, if I didn't mention your name, please clap for yourself. At this juncture, it is my honor and pleasure, distinct pleasure, to invite the Vice President of Education at the Global Peace Foundation, Dr. Tony Devine. Dr. Devine, the floor is yours. Karibu sana, please continue applauding. You're going to do it from there? Good. So it was my honor emceeing. Please clap for me.
Daniel, welcome. Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to be here at Crawford, our friends from Oracle. Thank you very much. All of you I really admire every single person here in the room, especially all of our educators, right? I really admire teachers. I think teachers sacrifice a lot to help our young people prepare for the future. So all the teachers in the room, the educators, Ministry of Education, really love you guys very much. And all of our great partners, right, from outside the education sector who are here, who are stepping beyond, right, their silos to help transform education here in Kenya. So we really thank you guys a lot, right? It's very clear that no single person, no single organization, certainly not GPF alone, can do this. Even the Ministry of Education have acknowledged. I travel all over the world. I meet with ministries of education all over the place. They keep saying, we cannot do this alone anymore. We need to work with really good partners. And I have to triple underline, good partners, right? So, and I think that's what we have here in the room. We have a room filled with amazing leaders and amazing partners. Let's give all of yourselves a huge round of applause and thank you for being here and thank you for committing to really transforming education here in Kenya. So I'm going to start off by asking all of us in this first session to visualize. This is what we're trying, this is our goal of this first session, to visualize the true purpose of education. Now, you know, all of you have been in this sector for a very, very long time, and we may all think that we know what we're doing. We may all think that we know the purpose of education, right? However, we have reached a point in time, and I'll actually demonstrate this very, very soon, that things need to change. If we keep going as we are with the current purpose of education, which has been around for a very, very long time, by the way, we're not going to get the outcomes we all desire. We're certainly not going to get the nation that we want by 2050. Something has to change here. And this is what we want to take a look at. We are at the dawn of a new era here. Right now in 2025, it's amazing when you look back at the last, 40, 45 years, how quick the world has changed and how technology has changed, right? I don't think that was even a word before then. So let's do a quick review. So in the 1980s, we had 5 technological supercycles, right, over the last 45 years. And each supercycle increased human productivity incredibly and helped the world to connect in ways that were unimaginable for centuries before then. The personal computer in the 1980s, so we know what kind of transformation that brought. The internet in the 1990s. So now all of the world's knowledge was accessible to every human being on Earth, right? And then in the 2000s, the mobile phones, which we all have in our pockets today, right? And, you may leave the house without your shirt or your jacket, but you will never leave it without your mobile phone. Leaders in the technology sector are saying that in the next 10 years, we're going to make more technological progress, in the next year, just in 2025 alone, than we did in the last 10 years combined. And in fact, this morning, I was just reading an article in the Wall Street Journal that the United States is going to invest $500 billion in building AI data centers with Oracle. This is one of the 3 partners, OpenAI and SoftBank. Good job, Oracle, right? Plus electrical generation and so on, okay? So, in fact, countries in Africa, before you know it, you're going to have your own AI, superclusters. Every country will have that, just like countries have their national airline. Countries will also have their AI cluster, right? That's unique to that nation. So this is the shift we're on right now. And in fact, if you think about it, when you look at Africa, which has the largest youth population, and you look at Kenya here, the amazing opportunity that Africa has is that you can skip the entire Industrial Revolution and all the revolutions since then. all the super cycles. You can go direct to the 21st century with these technologies if we have good leaders and good people managing this, right? So AI, right, is kind of like the catalyst that's driving 5 technological platforms right now: energy storage, public blockchain, robotics, and genetic mapping. And AI is like the catalyst that drives all of these, right? So this is the moment we're living in right now. And speaking of robotics, right, in the not too distant future, in about 10 years' time, maybe 15 years' time, we'll all have our own personal robots, humanoid robots that will do your grocery shopping. While you're here, they'll be cleaning your house, they'll be tutoring your kids. This is all, we're on the front of that era right now, isn't that right, Oracle? Yes, exactly. And, you know, what this means is that with these technological developments, the basic needs of everyone is going to be fulfilled. You know, this is an age of abundance, you know, where food, shelter, energy, transportation are actually met through advanced technology and renewable resources. Human labor is freed up. And you might be wondering, what are humans going to be doing if robots and technology is going to be doing all of these, like, you know, labor-intensive jobs? Well, it means we can spend more time with our families, right? Aren't we starved with time spending with our... There is so many creative things we can be doing. And remember one thing very, very, very clearly. You might want to write this down. Human beings are in charge of AI. Okay? It did not come from some alien species from another planet. Human beings created AI, and human beings must manage AI and these exponential technologies. Human beings of good character that have a moral framework, because we're dealing with technologies today that can create tremendous development or tremendous destruction. Did anyone see the Terminator movie, Skynet? We don't want Skynet, folks, right? Okay? The AI that took over the defense systems, right? And by the way, AI is going to... Countries are actually aligning their defense systems. They're driving them with AI. We have to be super, 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 super careful here, okay? And in fact, speaking of AI, just going back to this one for a second, okay? So AI has to be maximum truth-seeking. Maximum truth-seeking. All AIs are not the same. In fact, a lot of AIs that are trained in the Bay Area and San Francisco, they're influenced by human influencers who actually have very serious progressive ideas, right? And, you know, a woke agenda that's been included into it. I use ChatGPT every single day, and I have to tell it, do not give me woke answers. Do not give me DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion responses, and it continuously tries to push it through. And you have to be super sharp. Remember when the internet came, teachers and educators had to guide your students with something called media literacy? Did you guys do that? Just because it's written on the internet doesn't mean it's true. And AI is on a scale that's like hundreds and thousands of times greater than that, moving so quick. We guys have to be sharp. We cannot be asleep at the wheel. The reason I'm going into all of this is that right now in 2025, right, the world is moving so quick, but the education sector is lagging way, way, way behind. And in fact, what we're going to be advocating for here in this engagement together, it's not just transforming education, it's transforming education with speed. It's called the speed of transforming education because we have to move at speed, okay? So, you know, in speaking of leadership, every single person here in the room is a leader, okay? And we lead in 3 worlds at the same time. The first person you lead is yourself. Every single day. And in fact, most of the workshop today and even tomorrow morning, that these 2 days is primarily focused on personal development. Primarily. Because the more you transform yourself, the more you're going to transform everything around you. The second place that we lead in every single day is the family, our families. This is the most important human institution ever, okay? And finally, we lead in the outer world. This is where we do our work. So for most people here in the room, your teachers, your educators, you're leading in schools, in the education sector. This is actually more than a job, it's a mission, right? Because you're shaping the lives, the minds, the hearts of all those precious students, in your room, okay? So there are 3 universal principles associated with each one of these worlds. So in the inner world, the universal principle is growth. So in other words, we human beings, we're designed to grow every single day and not in one dimension. I'll be explaining about this in a minute. If you're not growing, you're dying, okay? Now, I don't want to be witnessing here. Daniel was talking about young people online right now drawing dead people. Maybe there is something to that. Maybe one of the reasons that's happening is they're not growing. They're dying, so they're drawing dead people, right? So there's logic to this stuff, actually. And the core competency here is lifelong character and holistic growth for human beings. Animals don't grow their character. They don't have character. You have to train them to do basic things. Only human beings have this quality, right? And holistic growth, growing in all human dimensions, which we'll get into in a few minutes, okay? Secondly, in the family, right? So the second universal principle is forming families and creating great families. And in fact, this has become so critical that for the very first time in these 2 weeks, we're actually launching the first Building Great Families workshops, right? We did it in Uganda last week, and we're going to be doing it here on Friday, right? Not in this venue, we're going to be hosted at another great school. And the core competency here is love. In other words, we have to learn the capacity to expand our ability to love the different members of our family. And finally, in terms of managing the outer world, the core competency here is making a contribution, right? Living for the greater good, making a contribution. You guys know about Airbnb, right? Yes. How many of you have used an Airbnb? My wife and I actually rented an Airbnb in December for a week. We went away for a week. And, the reason that Airbnb works, it's like regular renting out their apartment or their home, right, to guests, okay? It's actually, replaced hotels pretty much. But the reason it works is that when you get the set of instructions from the owner, the basic code is that leave the Airbnb better than when you arrived. So it's not like a hotel where the cleaning staff come, you must clean the place up. And my wife and I did that. We actually spent some time making our Airbnb better. Then we took out the garbage, we took the sheets off the bed. You know the drill, right? So let's actually think about our lives in that regard. You arrive in the world, right? You're born. You spend 70 to 100 years living in this beautiful world, right? Do you want to leave the world worse than when you arrived, the same when you arrived, or better than when you arrived? Which is it? So 5 people said we'll leave it better. And everyone else is what? Leave it worse or the same? Let me ask that question again. What do you think? You're living your life right now before you split this planet, right, and go to the next world. Do you want to actually leave this world and your community, your family, worse than when you arrived? The same or better when you arrived? Which is it? Now we've doubled it to 10 people. Okay, everyone stand up. So I'm going to ask this question again. What do you think? Before you split this planet, before you die, right? And you could die tomorrow. So you only got the rest of today. We have no control over that, right? Do you want to leave this world and the people and all the things that you touch, the students in your school, worse off than when they interacted with you? The same or better? Which is it? Better. That's more, it's not really quite there yet. Right, we're getting there. So, do you want to leave it worse, the same, or better? If it's better, jump up and down. I will leave it better. I will leave it better, 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 better. Shout it out. Better, better, better. Now that's more like it. So you can sit down now. So the current education situation, okay? So when we look back at the last 300 years, we have something that's called the conventional or the industrialized education system. It came on board in the 19th century, and it was the education system to create the production workers of tomorrow. And the core focus was knowledge, memorization. It was knowledge acquisition, memorization, obedience, and uniformity. And Sir Ken Robinson, who wrote a lot about creativity, he's got a great TED talk on that. He passed away recently. He said that public schools were not only created in the interests of industrialization, they were created in the image of industrialization. And when we look back at the last 300 years, today, can you believe it, in 2025, our system is the same as the industrialized system of 300 years ago. We haven't shifted hardly at all. And this system of education is no longer relevant for the future. So this is a wake-up call, okay, for all of us. And the reason you're gathered here today, the reason we're here is not to learn some interesting information. We're here to take action. Who else is going to do it? It's all of you are here for some reason. You're here in this 2 days because we have to take massive action immediately. We have no choice. And as we go through today and tomorrow, it will become more and more and more crystal clear why that's the case, okay? So putting it another way, our system of education is in the comfort zone. So all that happens every new academic year, we pretty much repeat. It's rinse and repeat. We do almost the same thing, and we've been doing it for decades and actually for 3 centuries. Nothing has transformed, nothing much anyway, okay? And, you know, all we see is iterative improvements, and the pace of transformation is frustratingly slow. We are lagging behind, seriously, from all other sectors in the world. Back in Greece, 2,000 years ago, education was the leading sector. It was the thought leader, right? And that is the aspiration that this sector has to shift to. It should be the leading sector, don't you think so? That's leading the world into the 21st, further into the 21st century. Another way to look at this is that, and it was mentioned in the opening remarks this morning, that in your classrooms right now and in your schools, you have an entire generation ranging from the ages of almost 1 to 25, depending on where they are on the education pipeline. Crawford is a full pipeline school, right? Goes from pre-kindergarten all the way to primary, middle school, high school, right? This school here, a really beautiful school. Let's actually appreciate Crawford for sponsoring our conference here today. Manda, thank you very much. So the generation, these are the students that were born between 2010 and just up to a few weeks ago, okay? And Generation Z, the tail end of Generation Z, right? So we've had some challenges here in Kenya last year with Gen Z, right? Those students were in our schools back in 2010. Imagine if we could have influenced them a little bit better, right? How creative they could be today, right? And they still have that opportunity. Putting it another way, by the time all the students in your classrooms, in your schools graduate by 2050, that's only 25 years from now, they'll be between the ages of 27 and 54. They're going to be leading your country. They're going to be leading Africa, right? Almost 400 million of them, actually. The Africans will represent 1/4 of the world's population by 2050, right? The question is, what kind of adults are they going to be? Are they going to be the same as what we've been graduating for the last couple of decades and centuries? Or are they going to be a completely new cohort? People of good character, people who actually have a moral framework, people who are going to operate ethically and be very creative, but driven by a moral framework, character, right? What do you want? Do you want the same? Or do we want a new breed that will not engage in corruption? They will be self-regulating not to take that bribe because they know that that wrecks reputations, right? And that will create a peaceful, prosperous nation, a transformed nation by the end of these next 25 years. Do you think that's possible? Or do you think it's impossible? 3 people whispered, it's possible. You know what's going to happen next, right? Take the appropriate action and stand up. Yes, Vince. Huh? Yes, 11:20? Okay. So did you say we have to go and pee at 11:20 or there's tea at 11:20? Which is it? Which is it, Vincent?
Okay, excuse me. Sorry, Tony, for disrupting. So that we don't have a clash with the students' lunchtime. So I'm requesting if you could break for tea at 11:20. We serve for 15 minutes. You'll just grab your tea and then we come. Have your tea here as the session is ongoing so that we don't eat into lunchtime.
Perfect. Yes, I will do that. Getting back to where we were. You're still sitting. Why aren't you standing up? So do you think, right, on what I was just sharing here, that it's impossible to graduate this entire cohort by 2050? The first graduates are later this year. That they will be leaving our schools with the character, the moral framework. They'll be a new breed of Africans, right? That's going to lead Kenya, that's going to lead the entire continent into a prosperous, peaceful civilization that will be a model for the rest of the world. Do you think that's impossible or possible? Is that mission impossible or mission possible? Mission possible, mission possible, mission possible, mission possible, and we're all on board to do it, right? That's why we're here. It is possible, okay? And you know that, even though you may be whispering it's possible. I'm telling you, by the time you leave tomorrow evening, you will be like a nuclear weapon, right? That will be transforming your schools, and every single student, it will be like unbelievable. What do you think? Do you think that's possible? Yes, it's possible. Thank you. Workshop is over. We've achieved the outcome of the workshop. So we're making the commitment that we will do it. We are not going to go on and do business as usual, folks, right? Because it's serious, right? Right, Ben? Well, tell everyone why it's urgent and serious, Dan. You're leading an online school, an innovative school. Tell everyone why this is serious. Come up here. With passion, tell everyone.
Yeah, the thing is, I think all of us here do understand how serious this gets. The fact is that we are seeing a revolution on the social media. We are seeing, young people come up like they've never done before. And they got to be transformed from the core, and it starts with you. So we have to become agents of transformation. We get transformed, we inform our colleagues, and we get the teachers on board. And from then on, I believe you're going to see a revolution in the coming days and years.
So it's impossible or mission possible?
It's mission possible, definitely.
Definitely. Oh, I like that. I like the word definitely. Ben is an engineer, right? I'm also an engineer, and we like precision of language, right? So definitely possible, right? Yeah, it's mission possible, definitely, because we're going to take action right away, right? Okay. So, let's move on here. When you look at the current purpose of education, this is what it is: lifelong learning, right? And how do we all know that's true? If you had to actually, I'll get back to that in a second, right? So the current purpose of education is lifelong learning. And I was at the Transforming Education Summit at the United Nations in 2022. It was the first time the UN put on a 3-day summit prior to the General Assembly. And the General Secretary of the UN, Antonio Guterres, he gave a keynote address. And his main point was that students should be students who are learning for life, lifelong learning. That was the big takeaway from the summit, right? However, and the reason we know this, if you had to create an image of the current education system, which is really the system that's been around for 300 years, this is what it would look like. It would look like an upside-down pyramid, where the majority of the real estate in that pyramid is the acquisition of knowledge, right? Very, very little being put on relationship development, very, very little being put on skills, and almost nothing on character. In other words, every year we move further in, we are going further and further backwards and deeper into this old conventional system. And then what is the main goal? Pass final exams, right? So the goal, the pure solar objective, is that students have to successfully pass final exams, right? And get a high school degree or a bachelor's degree, these credentials, right? And I'm going to illustrate, as we move along, that employers don't care about this stuff anymore, right? They really don't. And I will definitely make that case. So this is a model that's becoming less and less relevant. In fact, there's a joke going around, okay, that in our classrooms right now, we have 21st century students being taught by 20th century teachers using a 19th century curriculum on an 18th century calendar. Now, we laugh at that. The irony, though, is that it's actually true. That's the truth of the matter. And, during these 300 years, educators have picked up we've actually picked up habits and behaviors. And we're actually being controlled by these behaviors, right? And these habits. Like when you create habits, those habits actually control you. So we need new behaviors, new habits, right? A goal is nothing less than changing a goal is all about your habits and your behaviors and your actions. We need new habits, new behaviors, and new actions, right? To actually reach the aspirations that we want. So to help us out, we have to stop looking in the rearview mirror. We have to stop looking to the past. Because the world, we are here to prepare and to transform the future. The past has gone. All we can do is learn from the past. But we cannot manage the past anymore. All we can do is manage the present and the future, right? So looking to the past is not helping us. So we have to look to the future and anticipate the future, and the future is unpredictable, it's volatile, it's complex, it's changing all the time, and I just illustrated this with the advent of the new supercycle of AI. That's going to come, it's going to come into the education sector like a bullet train, right? It's going to catch us off guard, just like the internet caught the education sector off guard, so much so that actually a few years ago when COVID hit, this sector was woefully unprepared, even though we were, Oracle, right, Global Peace Foundation, many others, probably Ben, you too, were advising people, were advising schools to get online, right? But they didn't heed the call and were caught off guard. So we cannot be caught off guard this time around, okay? So when you, I think I got about 9 minutes left before the break, so I want to hit a few really big points here. So when you looked at yourself in the mirror this morning, right, what did you see? You saw yourself, but what part of yourself did you see? You saw your physical self, right? Now, ladies in the room, how much time did you spend looking in the mirror this morning, getting ready for this workshop? What? Tell the truth. You're telling the truth. How many hours, how much time?
1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah.
I know it, because when I look at you, that's an hour of work right there, okay? At least an hour. I asked the same, Father Candace and I were in Uganda last week, and we asked the same question, and one lady who had like unbelievable amounts of makeup, and it's like every hair was like in the right, she said only 3 minutes. And we said, you are lying, okay? It's like there's no way you can look like that in 3 minutes, right? Guys, William, how much time did you spend looking in the mirror this morning? A minute, yes. It's like, whoa, barely. You might have just went from the toilet and you're getting your jacket and just a quick look in the mirror. Yes, looks good. I'm off, right? Okay. But if you do seriously look in the mirror, you see your physical self. That's all you see. Do you see your spiritual dimension? Do you see your emotional, relational dimension? Do you see your mental, cognitive dimension? Your subconscious, for example? No. So human beings, we have 4 primary human dimensions. The one we see, the physical vitality dimension. We also have the mental cognitive dimension, the emotional relational, and we are the only species that has a spiritual moral dimension. So Father Canis and Canon Rosemary, you guys know that very well, right? You're pastors. You guys, you're in this profession. You know this super well. But I think everybody in the room is very aware of that, especially here in Africa, especially with Ubuntu, right? This is part of your DNA almost, right? So we have this spiritual moral dimension, and we'll be actually unpacking that a little bit more today. So why are we mentioning this? Because all 4 dimensions need cultivation. They need growth and development, not just the mental cognitive dimension, right? And it requires a lot of effort to do all of that, okay? So if we were going to create an image of a transforming education, if we were to create an image of personal transformation, this is what it would look like. It would look like a pyramid the right way up, where most of the real estate at the bottom is focused on what's really important, character. Next would be relationships. Next would be the physical vitality dimension. We need energy to get through the day, right? And finally, it would be the application of knowledge, not the acquisition of knowledge. So this is the purpose of education as we go forward. Educators, educational institutions, ministers of education, making this the primary focus, the total cultivation of the human being, okay? And this is what educational institutions should look like. The culture should be a culture primarily of cultivating character, relationships. Students are very welcomed into the school. Everyone has a lot of energy. So by the time you get to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're not wiped out because you're looking after yourself. And also, especially in today's day and age, with the internet, AI, it's all about asking the right questions to solve problems. It's about the application of knowledge. Do you think there's lots of problems to solve in Kenya? Or it's just a few? A lot, right? If you just drive from here to downtown Nairobi with these notebooks you have, and if you have an entrepreneurial mindset, you could think of maybe 100 businesses that you could start right away. Oh God, this problem has to be solved. That one. You just look around. Everything can be better, right? Except this school here. I think it's pretty perfect. An Olympic class swimming pool. I've never seen this in a school in my entire life. Outdoors as well. So congratulations, Crawford. You guys built an amazing place here. I never imagined such a school could exist in Africa, but you guys did it. Good job. Let's give Crawford another big round of applause. And again, we really appreciate you hosting us here today. So just before we go for the break here, just a few more minutes. So to answer the question, the true purpose of education is mapped to developing all these 4 dimensions. So if you look at the character, number 1, that's mapped to the spiritual moral dimension. So that's what we're doing. When we're cultivating character, we are actually cultivating our spiritual moral dimension, which is critical, okay? Number 2 is relationships. We are essentially relational beings. We have to become really, really good at relationships and managing emotions, particularly in the family. And that's why we have the family strengthening workshop on Friday, right? This is the school of relationships, the school of love. Next is vitality and energy. That dimension is linked next with energy and vitality on the pyramid, right? This is the order. And finally, knowledge, the mental cognitive dimension is mapped to the application of knowledge to solve problems. Now, this is completely different to the current focus of education, right? It's all about the mental cognitive dimension. So you may ask, why is the mental cognitive dimension having such a small space at the top of the pyramid? Because we're human beings. And it is like the spiritual moral dimension, the relational dimension, the energy, vitality. When you are focusing on these, particularly when you are cultivating the spiritual moral, that will speed up the acquisition of knowledge, the application of knowledge. You'll ask better questions, right? It is 100, somebody should do research on this, actually, right? We should research this stuff. So the true purpose of education, right, to sum it up before the break, is no longer lifelong learning. It is cultivating lifelong character and holistic growth. Cultivating lifelong character and holistic growth. This should be at the forefront of on the mind of every single educator, right? Teacher, staff, custodian. And I will actually illustrate that a little later today as well, okay? And this is all about unlocking our full potential. How many people here have unlocked their full potential? You have a little bit more to go? Okay, we all do, right? We have unlimited potential. And the best time to unlock it is now. Maybe you have not focused on this before. But as we build this awareness, we can unlock it now. And this then drives meritocracy. It drives, it inspires us to work hard for a compelling future purpose. It inspires us to make a contribution, to make the world better than when we arrived in it, right? And we're actually wired to do that, okay? And it also drives excellence and innovation because it is anchored in character. Ben, why don't you share our meeting yesterday and our visit to your school about excellence, just to wrap up this morning session here. And guys, listen very carefully to Ben here and the Sunrise School and its current mission and how that mission now is actually transformed. It's different today than it was yesterday. Tell everyone.
Yeah, sure. So Sunrise is a virtual school. So this is a physical school. What that means is that in Sunrise you won't find this grandiose facility. We do work with established facilities, but as a school, our intention is to build a very vigorous and very visionary virtual school. So we run virtual classes. So what that means is that our learners are joining to our school from whichever place of the world they are. We have well over 30 nations on board so far. But we do have a physical facility where the teachers come to teach from. So we have a place that teachers come and teach from there. Yeah, sure. So yesterday, Dr. Tony and Father Kanis and the CEO, Mr. Juma, visited us. And so our mission, our tag right now is a school of excellence. So it's a legacy of excellence. But then we were discussing and they challenged us and we said, why don't you consider changing that to a legacy of character and excellence? And in those particular words. So I consulted my colleagues and we are all in alignment. And Dr. Tony, we're making a commitment here that that's something we are willing to do. And we are already starting to strategize on the same. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dan. I'll just actually add another example here, right? So we're working in many, many different countries with this Transforming Education project. One of those countries is the Philippines, right? And in 2023, we did 3 phases. This is the 3rd phase of this workshop in Kenya. So we did 3 phases in one region of the Philippines. It's called Region 3. It's the 3rd largest region out of 17. And all of we actually had about 100 superintendents, supervisors, leaders from the Department of Education. That's what they call the Ministry of Education over there, right? And then by the end of phase 3, it was just on the eve of the Global Peace Convention in Manila in December 2023, right? One of the people in that workshop was a school principal, and he was young. His name was Richard. I think he was around 30 years of age, right? And his superintendent in November called him into the regional office, and they said, Richard, you're currently leading a school of around 2,400 students, right? Yes, he said. He said, now I want to actually promote you. And I want you to lead the biggest school in Region 3, 14,000 students. And Richard pushed back. I have no experience managing a large institution like this. He was actually, pushing back. And then the superintendent said, haven't you been through 3 phases of the Transforming Education workshop? Yes or no? Yes, he said. You're qualified. So he took up the mantle, and then he went to the school to visit it, right, before coming to the convention. And we were sitting together, right, in the auditorium. And he said, Tony, when I visited the school, there was a big sign in front of the school. It says, this is a school of excellence, right? And he said, you know what the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to change that sign. And I'm going to change it to that this is a school of character and excellence. So I didn't even suggest that to him. He self-recognized that this was the shift that will make all the difference at that school. The worst thing you can have is a super smart person that's full of energy and has no character. In fact, Warren Buffett, right? You know who he is, right? So he is the CEO and founder of Berkshire Hathaway, one of the most famous, successful value investors on earth. And that's what he said. He said, I look for intelligence, energy, and character. But he said, if a person has intelligence and they're super smart and they have a lot of energy, that's like a misguided ballistic missile. That person would ruin the reputation of Berkshire Hathaway ruin the reputation in a few hours after I built it up for 35 years, okay? So that intangible, that character, missiles have a guidance system. Human beings also have to be self-regulated, and we'll get into that later today too, through our conscience, through values, and through manifesting good character. Thank you, folks. Let's have a break.
Thank you so much, Tony, for keeping time. They always say time is money, right? I hear they say that. So thank you. Let's pray for tea. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you. We exalt your wonderful name. We pray that as you're going to partake the tea, you bless it, and the same way you've been kind to us, you also be kind to those who do not have. In the mighty name of Jesus, I've prayed. Amen. So I'll request, this is the order. So for our VIPs, I'll request we use this door, and then... Here, there is a seat for you in front. And I'd also like to recognize the presence of Catherine Wamboi, the marketing manager, Book Fast Africa. She was here. She's at the back there. Tumpigie makofi. So, Daktari, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. We'll give you 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. And now I'm Master Akej. You can see Bishop Orare is laughing, smiling. It's good to see you. So I want all of us to stand. We wanted to have some music in the background, but it's not yet there, but the next session. So this is a song that is a Kenyan song. It's been used as a patriotic song. Na tunaita daima, Imara Kenya daima, ama Mkenya daima. I think Daniel was in this Mkenya daima campaign for peace in the country, but also it's an energizer. So I was talking to Tony and he said, we want energy, we don't want meditation. So I said, I'm dressed, I can also do meditation. So I want us to just go. I'll be doing some moves, you can just follow. Yeah? Okay, so do we want to just practice a little bit? Tushangili Kenya, na 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 na. So if I do my kicks, you also do your kicks. If I do my punch as it goes, okay, we'll do something. So just follow. So it will be random. There's nothing like very like organized, okay? So let's go.
Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka, tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiona milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya, kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiona milele daima. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Sitadanganywa kamwe na porojo, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Zenye kuleta chuki kati yetu, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Nitatetea haki za Wakenya, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Wala sitakubali ukabila, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Sitaharibu mali ya wengine, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Na majirani wangu nitalinda, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Wenye nchi wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Okay, so because we've been burning up, I want you to just stay where you are, standing, breathe in through your nose, you pull. So you pull like you're pulling from the down here through your nose, and then as you're doing it, You use your, so you're going up, in, and then out, you go down on your heels. Breathe in through your nose, push out. In through your nose, down through your mouth. In through your nose, out. Pull from up, out. In through your nose, out. Last one, in through your nose, and then you hold. And then out. Jipigeni makofi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Tony, now the floor is yours. Dr. Kesh now makes me feel like I'm a Bruce Lee or Van Damme, Jean-Claude Van Damme. So, so thank you very much. For those who do not understand Swahili, that is our patriotic song that we love Kenya to an extent we'll never want to leave it. We are forever Kenyans, and Kenyans is who we are. Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. Situmpigie makofi.
Until what time? What time? Okay, guys, let's keep going. Hope you had a good lunch here. So the work in front of us, the big job in front of us right now is to transition from the 300-year-old conventional education system with the upside-down pyramid focused on the acquisition, almost exclusively on the acquisition of knowledge, right? And that's how we assess it. We assess how much did you memorize in the past year, correct? That's what we do in every single school here in the room, correct? To this transforming education model, which is lifelong character and holistic growth. An upside-down pyramid grounded in character, relationships, energy, and vitality. We just had a great energizer with a catch here, right? Educators need a lot of energy, don't they, to do the work? In fact, I would be encouraging all classrooms to do something like this in your classroom every single day. We need to actually up the energy throughout the day. Most educators and students, they sit in the same seat all day long, don't they? There's no movement. We need movement, right? And that stimulates and stimulates all of the other dimensions, right? And then finally, the application of knowledge and skills. So, to put it another way, the transition that we are making is we're transitioning from an exclusive focus, which has been the case for the last 3 centuries, an almost exclusive focus on the mental cognitive dimension. And you know the irony? It isn't even the full scope of the mental cognitive dimension. Let me ask you guys a question here, all the educators here. How many of you have read a book in the past months that has nothing to do with your core subject? Up hands. Few people. How many people have read a book in the past year? Probably about a third of the room. So even in the mental, educators are supposed to be the experts in the mental cognitive dimension, but we're not learning enough ourselves. So we have to be coming into the room knowledgeable, right? On top of stuff, having a good depth and breadth of knowledge, especially in this modern economy and this modern world. And I'm going to suggest something here today. I'm going to be giving you a lot of challenges throughout this workshop. Here's the first one. Every educator here should read a book a month. Some people are putting their hand up to their nose. Oh my God, what a novel idea that is. Write that down. This is an action item, right? So by the end of February, everyone here in the room should have read a book. By the end of March, you should have read another book. But I didn't see anyone writing it down. Write it down, that I'm committed to reading a book a month from now on, okay? In fact, my son, about a year ago, we were having the Christmas dinner and so on, and he said, Dad, I have a suggestion for you. You know, he knows I read quite a lot, but he said, I suggest you read a book a month. I said, you're right. I should actually do that, and I've been doing that, right? And it's actually transformative. So Even doing that is not enough. We have to move from an exclusive focus in the mental cognitive dimension to all 4 dimensions, right? The spiritual educators should be nurturing the spiritual moral dimension, not just pastors. Parents should be doing that. Educators, teachers are an extension of the parents, cultivating character, right? Cultivating ethics. Cultivating a moral compass. It needs daily work. Cultivating the ability to relate well with others should be daily work. Everything is done on relationships these days. And cultivating high energy and high vitality, okay? This is the true purpose of education. It's no longer locked in the mental cognitive dimension alone. It is actually it's holistic. That's why we call it cultivating lifelong character and holistic growth. We're spotlighting the most important dimension, the spiritual moral dimension, the domain of character, and the relational, and the vitality, and the mental, okay? All of them. And also, it's transitioning from the term that's being used all over the education world right now, calling the students the learners. Where did that come from? So what should we be calling the young people in our classrooms? The learners or the students, right? What do you think? The reason we're calling them the learners is it has crept into this sector, I don't know exactly where, not just in Kenya, the world over. So all of you leaving this workshop, from now on and forevermore, we're no longer going to call our students the learners. We're going to call them what? If you insist on calling them the learners, then just to be equitable, we should call you, the teachers, the transmitters. Instead of calling you teachers, we'll call you the transmitters, the knowledge transmitters. And the students are the learners, acquiring the knowledge. What is the problem? Language has meaning, right, Bishop? Words have meaning. We have to be very, very careful with the words we're using because they have tremendous meaning and significance. So what is who can come up here and tell me what is the incredible limitation, and why and what kind of action does that cause us educators to do if we call and look at our students as the learners? Who'd like to come up and comment on that? Maybe you haven't thought about this. Anyone? Surely there has to be one brave soul in the room who can come up here. You're educators, right? What is the limitation, based on everything you've learned this morning, of how are we limiting our approach to fulfilling the true purpose of education if we only view the students as learners and not students? You'd like to come up and comment on that?
Thank you very much. My name is Kihoro from Sunrise Virtual School. I like to try. I think it's given that I could try. From what we have learned this morning is that we have a whole variety of human facets to teach when we go to a classroom. One of those is cognitive, of course, and all the others. When we call students by the term learners, then we are reducing ourselves to only taking care of the cognitive part of the human being. And we forget the moral, the social, the emotional. So we limit ourselves to only handling one. And at the end then, we get a product of a human being who is only intelligent, but does not have the character that comes from addressing the other parts of the human being. Thank you.
Wow, that was a really good analysis here. Very good job. That's exactly correct. It means that when we call the students the learners, we are looking at a single dimension of who they are. It's like, I only care about your brain. I don't care about the rest of you at all. But think about it for a second. We're not transmitters, we are teachers. We're extensions of the parents. Our role has to actually get transformed from now on. Our main role is to fulfill the true purpose of education, which is to cultivate the whole student, not the learner, the entire student, all dimensions, cultivating their character, their ability to relate well with others, their energy and vitality. We need healthy food and so on. We'll talk about it tomorrow, okay? And moving to the higher echelons of the mental cognitive dimension. Does this make sense? So what are we going to call the young people in our classrooms from now on? So 5 people are going to call them the students, and the rest of you are going to continue calling them the learners. Daniel, we have to extend the workshop another week. Not being really successful here, okay? We need 7 days with these folks. So you guys have to get on your phones right now, your WhatsApp, tell all your teams that I'm here for another week. Crawford, we want you to sponsor the workshop for another 7 days. So what are we going to call the young people in our classrooms from now on? Are we going to continue calling them the learners, looking at them as single-dimension people? Like a car has 4 cylinders, right? What would happen with a car if 3 cylinders aren't working? Do you think that car is going to go far? What do you think? Any of you repaired cars? Who has a car? Daniel, you have a car, right? If 3 cylinders out of the 4 are not working, is your car going to go far? It won't, right? It's the same story here. Our young people in our room have 4 dimensions. It's kind of like an analogy. There's 4 cylinders on the car. All cylinders have to be working perfectly for the car to move, for momentum. Same story here. All dimensions of us human beings, us here in the room, the educators and the students, have to be nurtured, developed every single day for us to fulfill our true purpose in life, for us to unlock our full potential, right? To be able to transform this nation, to become a great nation. The implications are huge here. We can no longer continue focusing on a single dimension, folks. What do you think? Who would like to come up and comment on that? Anybody? Volunteer? One? Oh yes, come on up. Come on up. Tell us your name and thank you for coming up.
Thank you. My name is Grace Maina. And I think as you continue to facilitate Tony, what comes to my mind is a kind of education we have bequeathed our learners in Kenya.
Did you just say learners?
Yes. By the way, I'm still reflecting on which is the most suitable between learner and students.
Did you say learners again?
I did. It takes time to, yes. Yeah. So I just wanted to say that for a long time, Kenyans have tended to focus on the academic achievement of students. You might want to clap for me. Students. Yeah, at the expense of other dimensions that, affect the overall development of the child. And we are beginning to say as educationists, we are saying bye-bye to that trajectory. We want to focus on holistic education, and education cannot be whole if we cannot focus on all the dimensions that we are talking about today. So we have tended to always sacrifice our children at the altar of MINSCO, and we can now begin to see what is happening. They are side-lobed, workers, side-lobed wives and husbands, just because the focus has been on the intellectual part of the child at the expense of other dimensions. So I hope that by the end of this two days workshop, we'll be able to focus on the mind, the heart, and the hands.
And the spirit.
And the spirit, and the spirit, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. So yeah, it may take you a little bit of time to get this word out of your, it's just a habit, right? Oh, the learners. But actually, if you focus on it and put intentionality on it, before not too long, you will be just calling them simply who they are, the students, right? So it's acknowledging, yes, another, yeah, come on up. Please.
Okay, so my name is George Sikulu. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
George Sikulu. I'm CEO for National Parents Association, and Kenya is one of those very lucky countries in the world, because I have traveled to 35 countries myself, and I can say with authority that very few have institutionalized parental engagement in education. And Kenya is one of those, in the sense that parental engagement is entrenched in the Constitution. So in Kenya, you as a parent have a right to participate in the character development of your child constitutionally. And so because of that, the new curriculum which Grace is talking about, Grace is we have the privilege of having Grace here, who actually wrote the moral side of the curriculum, her. And so we have parental empowerment and engagement as part of CBC. So now, what I wanted to bring up, Tony, is that, because you asked the question, where did this learner thing come from? So for Kenya, we were using the word student, which the connotation for us, again, English is not our first language, so the connotation for us was that the teacher is the fountain of knowledge and the student is the receptor. So where the learner came from for Kenya was because we are transitioning from knowledge-based education to competency-based education, where we don't judge you by the certificate in driving, but we judge you by how you drive now. We now change them to learners in recognition that they are not only learning from that person employed in the school called teacher. In fact, one of the competencies out of the 7 that we are teaching CBC is a competency called learning to learn. So that every child needs to know that everywhere is a learning opportunity. So in class, they learn, and when they come home, the parent is also a co-educator, they're also reinforcing the learning, and the driver in the bus, when they tell them to not beat their next neighbor, they are also learning. So for Kenya, we thought that moving to use learner instead of student is moving us to a new agenda of actually developing the whole person. So it could be maybe wrong grammatically in terms of English, but our intention was that we moved from student to learner so that we can open the door to to both the affective domain, cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, George. Totally understand that, right? So everything is, when you think about it, right? Especially in the spiritual moral domain, right? Students are not going to learn how to grow their character by giving a PowerPoint or drawing it up on the board. How are they going to learn that? How are they going to grow? Through example. So there's other ways, right? Very important ways. Students have to be guided. So when the educators, the teachers and so on, model, the teachers have to become exemplary, in my view, all of us here in the room have to become first and foremost exemplary models, right? In lifelong character and holistic growth, right? So I do acknowledge the process of acquiring knowledge, learning, but to call the students the learners, exclusively, is actually blinding us to the fact that they have 3 other critical dimensions. So learning is a verb, right? It's not a noun. That's the difference, okay? So first and foremost, we are human beings, people, right, with 4 dimensions, okay? And yes, we can learn and grow in all 4 of them, okay? So let's touch very briefly on this theory of education transformation. So it's not called the theory of change, because when you change something, it's very easy to change it back, right? So the whole focus of this workshop is transforming education, so that we have a theory of transformation. And the focus here is transforming people, human beings, us, everyone here in the room, starting with the educators. So the first component here, the first people to be transformed are the educators themselves, us. In other words, all of us here in the room have to embark on a brand new mission and course in our lives to work on transforming ourselves in all 4 dimensions from this day onwards, right? This is daily work. It's not a seminar you attend once a year, okay? It's daily work, right? And it's very important work. And as each one of us, and I'm an educator myself, right? So as each one of us show up today as a better version of who I was yesterday, that actually rubs off on our students and the fellow teachers and so on. Like a school principal who is growing and developing, that is actually infectious in a good way. His teachers will be inspired to level up to that principal. A good teacher who comes in every day, who's growing, it's plainly obvious. You can't fake it, right? It'll be very obvious where human beings were able to detect if people are growing or not, right? And that will rub off on your students. They will actually be inspired. I want to be like my teacher, right? I want to be like them. They're amazing. I'm so glad that Maria is my teacher, that Bob is my teacher, or whoever, or Ben is my teacher, right? I want to become like Ben. He is an engineer, bam. He was an engineer. He's doing amazing work, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. Then, good people, good teachers, good educators, good principals, good ministries of education, good Nairobi County sub-managers and deans, university presidents, professors, TVET educators. As they're growing and developing themselves, they then will create a better culture in their institutions, right? So the culture is 100 times more important than the structure. So you see this building here? This is an amazing structure, wouldn't you agree? And facility. But also, Father Canis, you and a very rural school last week in Uganda, right? It was absolutely nothing compared to this. You know, it was like really country style, right? So you take both structures, this amazing structure and that structure. But do you know what actually will put them on an equitable level? The culture of the educators. It does, you know, you could bring your students and go out there to the bush and educate them, because the culture is far more important than the structure, okay? Now, I'm not dismissing structures and systems. We need good structures and systems. We're in the 21st century. But structures without culture, you're not going to move far. You will not move far. So the ideal situation is to have a good culture with people, educators, principals, professors who are growing and committing to their own personal growth and development every day, becoming that example, becoming that model. And then your students looking at you. Your students are always looking at you. You know that, right? Maybe ladies, that's why you spend an hour in the morning doing the makeup and everything, right? Because your students are always looking at you. Well, what's more important is the internal beauty. The internal, your character, your love shining through, right? That is what will actually rub off on your students, okay? Then, when you have a good culture, that actually what sparks innovation. That inspires innovation because we want to do the best we can. We want to have the building better. I was very actually moved by Mr. Njoroge. Mr. Njoroge, you can stand up here. Mr. Njoroge. So this is Mr. Njoroge, my good friend. Come up here. So Mr. Njoroge, I met him in 2010, right? Yeah. We became instant friends, right? He was the principal of an amazing school here in Nairobi called Moi Forces Academy, right? And I talk about this man all over the world, right? No, really, yes. So Mr. Njoroge, you know, we actually gave him a name. We call him the ambassador of character here in Kenya, right? So he was telling me, he said, Tony, you know, here at Moi Forces Academy, if students were playing sports and if they break a window, and that happens all the time in schools, correct? He said, that window will be repaired by the end of the day. It won't be like that for months on end. It will be repaired by the end of the day. And every time I went to Moi Forces Academy, the windows were always in place. And they were broken before, but they were repaired by the end of the day, right? And it wasn't, Moi Forces Academy, it was not at this level here, but it had an amazing culture, right? And he was telling me that the environment, I'm doing this because the students need a good environment. It may not be the most expensive, sophisticated, modern, but with the resources we have, we're going to make it clean. It'll be tidy. Students will feel welcomed. Maybe you can give a few more comments along these lines about your school.
Thank you very much, Tony. It's true. I've been a principal for many years, and my last position was in Moi Forces. And it's true, we tried as much as possible to develop a culture of performance and a culture of innovative growth. We had real students who knew what is that they want. Why are they in school? We do not have such structure, but I thank God that we were able to develop values. We had 1% for peace in our school, where the students will come with their pocket money. And whenever we wanted a project, we had to go and support children home. We go and support old men, or that family for the aged. It was not that they call parents back home, but you sacrifice. You sacrifice that little money we had. Because we are saying, if you have project for students, and then again we are calling parents to give you that on Saturday we are going for a student project, then it's not you. But how is it possible? And also that was to help them also understand how to manage their finances. So character, to me, is very key. Very, very, very key. And the school performance and the school growth is for that character that you have started. Principals that are here today. I remember one time when I joined those military school, I remember the general was General Karangi. And I had the opportunity of only the Raya would call the general, because by then I was the chairman of the military school. And I told him one day, General, allow me to develop a school, allow me to develop a culture, a school culture, not performance. You know that time when the principal is transferred to a school, and they want performance that year. So people start saying, why did you bring Njoroge here? The school maybe is not performing. But I asked them, please give me time. Don't look at the performance immediately, but let's develop a culture. So that a culture, and even today, I realized the other day, like this KCSE, the school is still there because we have had time to develop a culture of interactions. How do the principals interact with your teachers, with the teachers? How do the teachers interact among themselves, maybe developing lesson plans together. What is that best way to deal with a topic? Because all of us are not good in all the topics at the university. How do we, that interaction between teachers and teachers. And finally, that interaction between the teachers and the students, to me, is perfect. And those schools that have started that culture, Kinarans in 1945 by Carrie Francis as the principal, they are still there today. Somebody said, and the board tells you when you are transferred there, please allow the culture of the school. You go to the office of the principal, take tea and lunch, and enjoy being the principal, but you don't touch the culture of the school, because the culture of the school has performed. Yours is just to sit in the office of the principal, you take tea and lunch. Thank you very much, Asante. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njoroge. And just wait a minute. So we're talking about when you have a good culture, now you're able to innovate at speed, okay? Yes. And I'll just give you an example of that. So remember going to My Forces Academy, we had this idea, right, that, you know, our graduates from Kenyan universities and schools and so on, the existing jobs are not there. We need to create job creators. So we were discussing about creating, stimulating entrepreneurship. And we came up with this idea to actually have leap hubs, which are incubators, entrepreneurship incubators in schools, but there was none existing in Kenya at that time. There was a few at universities, right? So we were having a 45-minute discussion about this, right? Do you remember that day? I remember. And then Mr. Njoroge said, we're going to be the first school with a leap hub. And do you know what he did? While I was in the meeting, right, our team, he talked to his assistant, and he actually called the French and German teacher into the room, and he said, you guys have 2 classrooms, right? From this day on, you're going to share a classroom, because one of the classrooms is going to become the leap hub. Isn't that right?
You
did that, right?
We did that, yes.
Yes.
We did that, and the idea was the students to come up with ideas, to develop ideas when they're in school. Yeah. Because, you know, we use, and I think they are there even today, the science fairs and so on. So students come with very, very good ideas, but at the end of the day, they just compete and we leave them there. There's no one time that we're able to change those ideas into product. So we had time to develop those leap hubs. So that idea come, just put it on the board, and it remains there. Every day, maybe on a Wednesday, every time, every week, we meet once, you just develop your idea, and you don't lab. You let it remain there. Every idea that comes, you add to that. Every idea that comes, you add. You continue adding until that time you think that you can develop it, even if not there in the school. Maybe you might be lucky to have parents who can support. You are lucky to have a community back at home that can support, but you are the owner, you are the innovative owner of that product or that thinking, that concept at the leap hub. Those ideas, and it became very, very, very good. We would do well even at science level, and even that thinking. That idea of thinking, and I always say, and share this one with Juma. You know, some years back, particularly those schools for public, if a principal would buy a very good vehicle, most of the students will riot, thinking that the principal have stolen money from the school. When I bought a good vehicle, that time, the students were very happy with me. Why? They still thought that I've also gone back with their innovative ideas. So the principal have bought from us being innovative and therefore able to do farming at home. That's why he's able to buy this vehicle. He has nothing to do with the school money. Imagine. The students would be, even one time a director told me, Njoroge, you can't buy this. the students you'll be having riots. But the students were very happy with me. They would even appreciate when I go for principals meeting, when they see their principal is not like the others. Their principal, I think, is different from the others. Students enjoy when you are smart. When they say this is our principal, please don't go shaggy when you're in school. Please don't. The students, engineer, students like to associate with you. They like that because you keep on telling them to work very hard. And you are not looking at somebody who has worked hard. So what is that you are telling them to work hard? Then you should differentiate from them, from their parents at home, because you have worked hard. You have been a man of character. Somebody was telling me today that we must teach finances also with the character. Because those people who are also doing well financially is because of character. Therefore, I think it's necessary that we even teachers. I'm a board member in many schools at home. And sometimes I get annoyed when I see the teachers who are teaching math, science, they are wearing funny jackets that even farmers at home are wearing the same. So I tell these teachers, why are you telling these students to work hard in mathematics? This is what they work hard to buy the jacket that you are wearing, and you're already wearing such jacket. Why not come with even a suit? Why not show them you are different from our parents that are at home? Anyway, let me not take a lot of your time, but I thank you, Tony. Thank you so much. That's what we mean by REPAB, being innovative. Thank you.
So, Mr. Njoroge, you've been a wonderful mentor to me over the last 15 years. I learned I'm learning now in front of you. I love your simple logic. We need more of this stuff, right? Thank you. Keep doing the good work. Thank you. All right? And hey, congratulations on getting your PhD. It's Dr. Njoroge now, right? Yes. He just said he's continually growing, right? Can you believe it? He's retired. He just got his PhD. And now he's embarking on a whole new mission to transform education in Kenya. You're not stopping, are you?
I'm not. I see. You know, when I left teaching, I was invited by the former governor of Nyandarua to join his government. So I joined his government as the CEC education. Later, because of character, I was made the CEC finance, and I'm not a finance person. I'm a mathematician. But he told me, you know, Kimemia used to be the secretary to the cabinet during Kibake's time. So he told me, Njoroge, I'm not looking for person who have done finance. I'm looking at you because of character. Come and be, and you know, we are talking of a budget of 7.1 billion, who you are giving to a person who is not a mathematician. But he told me, you have all the CPAs are under you there, manage them. So we went on until now the new wave of the euro came and you were removed. So now when you are removed, 2022. So when I went home, in the morning I wake up, I realize I'm not a minister. No vehicle is coming to pick me. I started saying, what is that I should do? I remembered I was a student. You know, when you went to politics, I had done coursework. I used to tell Tony, and Tony used to tell me, you just require paper because you have you have the experience. So I remembered. I called the university. What happened to my course? They said, no, Njoroge, you did coursework, you passed, but you have not written thesis. So what do I do? No, we'll give you supervisor. So I was given supervisor, professor, and a doctor. So 2023, 2024, I did my thesis, so I graduated this December last year. So thank you very much.
In my opinion, Mr. Njoroge is the youngest person in the room, without a doubt. Okay, young man, on you go to the new journey. Let's give him a really big round of applause. Yeah. Akech, where are you? We'll do a quick energizer, Akech. I smell lunch coming. Don't worry, I'm thinking very much about your physical dimension, okay? We will make sure when all the food is there, going immediately while the food is hot. We'll do a quick energizer. I'll mention a few quick points. We'll have a wonderful lunch. Okay, guys? Okay, Ketch, go ahead. You need this guy?
So it looks like our energy music's not there, but we are the energy itself, isn't it? Okay, so we might stand again, stand up a little bit. So we'll be doing some kind of stretches that opens up the body so that proper energy flows, you know, because we are energy and we need an energizer. So we'll start by simple basics with the calves. So you just lift up like this, stay there. As you do that, just breathe in slowly. Hold, and then go down. Okay, one more time, breathe in. Breathe out. So your calves are your second lung. Your first lung, the second lung is your calves. So again, one more time. So if you can hold for some time, you can actually reduce things like high blood pressure, hypertension, a number of those things. Out. And then just put your feet apart. So I want you to go this way. One, breathe in. As you go, you breathe, use your breathing. And then come back. The opposite side, breathe in. Back. Okay, then upwards, lift up your hands this way. Breathe in as you're going up. Breathe out. And then now you're going to stretch a little bit back, still breathing in. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out. If you feel dizzy, just relax because you're changing the neurons. Okay? So one more time. So breathe in through your nose and then go back in. Breathe out. Touch your toes, put your feet together. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Breathe out. So stretch your hands, left out, right over your elbow, and then you go to your right. Breathe in through your nose. Feel your waist all the way back if you can see. Breathe in, hold. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Change. Here. Breathe in. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, put your hand here over your shoulder. Like here, then now you push with the left hand pushes the right to your back, breathe in, breathe out, in, and then out. And then here, over the other shoulder, over your back, try to pull your right, breathe out. One more time, in, breathe out. Change hands, here, in, push back, out. One more time. In. Out. Okay. Last one. Here. Breathe. Out. And then relax. And then breathe in. And then do ha! Okay, thank you very much.
So you're all going to be graduating with black belts tomorrow evening. At least on the journey, anyway. So when we transform ourselves, right, as educators, as teachers, or any role you play as a stakeholder, it doesn't matter what it is, a teacher, and right, learning from you, modeling from you, as they transform, we're actually igniting unlimited human potential that is actually, you know, unbelievable, right? So it's human beings that have unlimited human potential. Not animals, not the lions in the Serengeti. It's human beings, us. We have unlimited human potential. And all we have to do is make a decision that I'm going to start unlocking it. The best time to have unlocked your full human potential, at least started, was 20 years ago. The second best time is now, right? And to start cultivating and growing in all these 4 human dimensions, okay? And when people become people of character and who are anchored in good values, they create a better life for themselves, they create better families, and they create better schools, better classrooms, and a better nation and a better world. It all starts with us. You can't fake this. There is no shortcuts. That is the cold, hard truth of it all, okay? And when educators of character, they create better educational institutions and better systems, okay? So in unlocking our full human potential, to change anything around you starts with transforming yourself. And because we all have infinite value, to create an extraordinary life full of purpose, meaning, happiness, and fulfillment. You know, it doesn't matter like how much money you make in your life. That's actually a nice thing to have. It's nice to have a new car. It's nice to have a nice house. It's nice to have a good facility. But none of these things are going to give you fulfillment or meaning or purpose. These are intangibles. And in fact, if you put the priority on these internal qualities, and you will be blessed on the externals. The externals will actually be manifest, believe it or not. So you can have both, but never trade the externals, finances, educational credentials, status, for purpose, meaning, fulfillment, and the potentiality for true joy and happiness, okay? So we can actually have both, okay? And, you know, I was talking about Warren Buffett earlier on, right, the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, and every year he has the annual stockholders meeting in Omaha, Nebraska. And all the stakeholders, they were given an arm and a leg to be in that meeting because they're looking for investment advice, right? And he usually gives a presentation, and at the end he opens it up to Q&A, right? So one time, not too long ago, one person asked him, what is the best thing you can be investing in right now in the current environment? The intent of that question was, what is the best stock I should be investing in? And he gave a very, very unusual answer in the context of an investment meeting. And do you know what he said? He said, the best thing you can invest in is yourself. Grow and develop yourself, because that has no downside. No matter what great company you might invest in, that could go belly up 10 years from now, right? If with a new technology. You could lose all your retirement, you know, everything you could lose. But if you invest in yourself, there is no downside. You become more productive, you become more effective, you're growing. It's only upside, right? And you will actually make better investments and so on and so forth. It starts with people, right? That's the best investment you can make. And that's what we are saying here. Before you even think about investing in putting up that new building in your school, invest in transforming yourself. Invest in transforming your students, not the learners, the students, okay? And create that amazing culture that is welcoming your students into the classroom, into the school, welcoming the parents and the families, right? And that's actually something we're very much advocating for, is that the most important partnership that any school should have is with families. Schools should be super family-friendly and parent-friendly, actually, right? So this is a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson. He said, "What lies before us, what lies behind us, is nothing compared to what lies within us." There's an incredible treasure within each and every one of us, and all we have to do is unlock it, right? And that's actually, this workshop is unlike any other workshop you've been to in the education sector. 99.999% of professional development in the education sector focuses on curriculum, assessment, credentials, partnerships, technology. The big thing for the last 2 years is AI. And they ignore these intangibles that we're talking about here today. So we're trying to ignite a firestorm here, so to speak, that professional development from now on going forward should be focusing on this, on this kind of transformation of us, the educators, first, right? So just to wrap up a few points before we break for lunch, we're here in the Global South. We have a campaign to transform education in the Global South by 2050. Why is that? Because right now in the world, we have the largest youth population in history. 1.2 billion students, not 1.2 billion learners, 1.2 billion human beings. They're called students, okay? Young people. And close to 90% of them in the entire world live in the Global South, especially on the continent of Africa. You have the largest portion of this youth population. Country like I was in Uganda last week, 70% of the population are young people. Same story here in Kenya. May not be 70, but it's up there close enough. So when you look at these young people, right, who are between the ages of 1 and 25, where do they spend 80 to 90% of their time? Think about it for a second. They spend 80 to 90% of their time in their families or in your schools, right? Where else are they hanging out? They spend most of their time here in schools or in their families, and maybe 10, 15% in the community, right? So what is the relevance of this? What are we talking about here? This has huge implications for us educators sitting here in the room today. Because imagine for a minute the impact that a good teacher or a good parent can have on the life arc of these students. It is phenomenal. The influence should not be, I'm going to download lots of information into your tiny little brain, compact it in so you can pass the final exam. Is that the impact you want to have? No. You're going to graduate them into society, into the nation over the next 25 years. Will they have the character? Will they be able to relate well with others? Can they be trusted? Are they honest? Are they competent? Are they going to take a bribe? Are they just going to continue the tradition of corruption here in Africa, right? Because I think the only antidote to corruption is character, transforming education and good families. That's the antidote. Do you know why? Because every other institution beyond the individual and the family is prone to corruption. Human institutions are prone to corruption, right, Father Canis? Even religions, in fact, right? However, the individual and the family are the least prone to corruption, right? So this has solid theoretical footing here, what we're talking about here. If we build and cultivate good people and good families, on Friday we're going to have the family strengthening workshop, where we're going to be talking about these kind of things, right? Then that is the antidote to corruption. We actually have to produce a brand new generation. That's the conclusion I've come to. What do you guys think? What do you think is the way forward here? I think changing the current one is difficult, right? But if we can graduate right now, starting in 2025, the first graduates from your schools and that they have the character, that's why we have to move at speed. Do you think we could have 400 million Africans by 2025, these young people who are going to be running Africa that are corrupt-free? Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's mission possible or mission impossible? Wow, you guys are getting a little better. Now we have instead of 3 people saying it's mission possible, we have 15 people saying mission possible. Do you think if we do our job right and we move at speed from Monday morning back in your schools and your educational institutions, that we can graduate 400 million African young people who are now between the ages of 1 and 25 over the next 25 years to be the first cohort in African history that have good character, that can create good families, that will not succumb to corruption or bribery, that will create a peaceful, beautiful country, that will put it onto an arc of prosperity. Do you think that's mission? Do you think that's mission impossible because it's never been done before? And you're here today and you're saying, oh no, it's never been done before, that's impossible. Or, oh my God, I'm realizing I can do something about that. Mr. Njoroge, he's retired, but we brought him back from retirement. He's the chairman of Global Peace Foundation, the chairman of the Transforming Education project in Global Peace Foundation Kenya, right? So he's going to keep going. So am I. So are you, right? So do you think if we do our jobs leaving this workshop that we can actually create that new cohort, that new generation from Africa that can be real, true leaders, servant leaders, moral and innovative leaders? Look at what kind of an Africa that cohort can create. We have the wherewithal. There is no one else that has the wherewithal but teachers and parents, right? What do you think, Canon Rosemary? Tell everyone.
It's very true that teachers and parents have to cooperate and work together for success. By the way, I have a testimony. My son is his product. He is not even aware. And the person that young man has turned out to be is amazing. That's a story for another day.
Wow, that's awesome. So, leaving here, this workshop, do you think that you, sitting in this chair right now, have the wherewithal, the energy, the vision that you're going to work your butts off from Monday morning to do something that no teacher, no educator has ever done on the continent of Africa, to graduate all 400 million young people between the ages of 1 and 25 to be transformative leaders, moral and innovative leaders, leaders of character that can create a peaceful civilization here on the continent of Africa. Is that mission impossible or mission possible? If it's really mission possible, you have to stand up and lock it into your central nervous system and let's jump up and down a few times to earn your lunch here. It's not a free lunch, you have to earn it, right? So to graduate this new generation of character, moral and innovative leadership, that I will work unbelievably hard. I have a new mission leaving this workshop, that I'm on a mission to transform my school, myself, my family, transform the nation of Kenya, the continent of Africa. It's not mission impossible, it's mission possible. Mission possible. If you really believe it, jump up and down. Mission possible, mission possible, mission possible, mission possible. Good job, everyone. Lunch. Yes.
I'll just say something adding what Madam has said. I will stand here briefly because my name is, let me repeat my name again. Yeah. My name is Silas David. Obuhatsa is like a local name, you can understand that. Just say Silas David. I chair the Parents Association of Kenya. and I oversee over 20 million parents. If you are a parent here, I'm your boss, so you have to respect me. He's my mentor, my bishop. Him. Transformation is very important. Where does it begin from? That's the question. We are here today, we are training teachers, but we are not training parents. Because education begins from where? From the kitchen. Now CBC has come. It's a new content that the learners are going through, the students are going through. Parents are supposed to be engaged in teaching their children at home. But the parents have not been trained, they are not professionals. We have those parents that are just housewives. Others, they do so many things. So transformation to come, for us to transform the 4 billion or 400,000 you are saying, parents must transform themselves first. Because they own children. We take children, give them to teachers, and just abandon them. And say that Teacher Njoroge will change my child. If the child is not changed from the kitchen at home all the way to school, even if you give this child to Mr. Njoroge will struggle with this child. At the end of the day, as a parent, you end up again saying, Mr. Njoroge is a wrong principal. He didn't role model my child. So that has to begin from home. Character formation is very important. Mr. Njoroge, I'm an old boy of Mango High School. And when you talk about character formation, I feel so touched. Because the way I went through that school and the way I behave, sometimes I look at some other people who went through different schools. And you find that the way the school trained me, transformed my life, is totally different from some of the students I've seen that are going through some day schools, secondary schools, or primary schools, where there is no character formation. I'll give you a challenge. In Mango High School, one of the things we cherish in is that we normally adopt a student. Because somebody somewhere cared for me, maybe somebody paid my fees, somebody brought me up, I also think of another person's child. How can I role model this child to step into my shoe? So we need to work as a team, first of all, and transform parents. Parents must be transformed. You're talking about corruption. Ask yourself, why should a good parent take a child through up to Form 4 level, and when the results come out, the same parent kills this child? What's the reason of the parent now killing the child who has done an examination, qualified? Because the reason is that parent has no character. What's the reason that a child kills a parent at home who has taken him or her through the school? Why should a student in your school pick on a teacher and just take a 5-inch nail, drive into the head of a principal? Because of lack of discipline is from the kitchen at home. So stakeholders, our interest in Parents Association is to transform the character of the parents, of the students, and of the teachers. We are working holistically. And I saw in the manual that education is holistic. Character formation, skills building, knowledge must be applied. So as we are living here today, we would wish to have all of us living this place as changed and transformed people as we go outside. Let us live here, go and transform parents where we are, so they can now transform their children. Finally, the issue of corruption. Where do you think corruption comes from? Corruption begins with parents at home. When you get a mobile phone, your neighbor is calling you. You are here, with Tony standing here, and because I'm facing this way, I'm calling Tony, and Tony is telling me that he's in Mombasa, and he's just behind me. Then I turn and say, Tony, you are here. I thought you're in Mombasa. I want to use an example that's very interesting before I sit down. The former president, the late president, Mwai Kibaki, when he was launching the book on corruption in Kenya, this book, a student at the primary school level had done a write-up And inside, the president didn't know that this child had described him, his character. And that student stood up and said, Mr. President, open page 5. And then the president opened it, thinking that there was good news. There was no good news. Because in 2007, we had clashes. You remember that very well? You remember this very well? And the reason was that an election had been what? Stolen. So the child had written that, Mr. Kibaki, you are a thief. You are a what? A thief. You stole an election. And because of this, many people died. So when the president opened and read that, and the child was there, and I was there. And I saw that. You know, this is a very bold child to have written that and to have told the president on face-to-face, election was stolen, people died. What kind of character is there between you and ourselves? So parents, is us to pick up on the character formation. Thank you very much.
Exactly. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So we are almost all of us here, all of you have parents, right? Or do you? How many people here have parents? You don't have no parents, you guys? Do you have a mother and a dad? You do, right? Yes. So we're all part of families, and we're all here in the education sector too, right? So we're talking about transforming ourselves, and you're so right. Parents have to transform themselves to create better families. We'll be talking all about that on Friday. Vince? Where's Vince? Are we ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
So thank you very much, Tony, and I like this conversation. That was very inspiring, especially what this student wrote. Okay, no wonder they say please vet who is going to ask the questions before you ask the question. So we are breaking for lunch, and thank you.
Applies. Again, this is important. The universal principles and shared values as a basis to transform conflict, establish sustainable and equitable development and peace. Above that, we also engage every member of the human family as valuable contributors to the culture of peace. Look at that again. We apply the values-based approach which focuses on the universal principles and shared values as the basis to transform conflicts, promote equitable development and sustainable peace, and engage members of the human family as valuable contributors. That means every one of us is called to be a valuable contributor to the culture of peace. Again, that's what we do in all different capacities. We want to become valuable contributors to the culture of peace. And this whole approach is grounded on the principle of one family under God. That's amazing that we are one family, and every one of us is called to be a valuable contributor to the culture of peace. So you look at universal principles. What are they talking about? The universal principles are not dependent on any of us, right? Look at the law of gravity. You think the law of gravity respects you? It's a universal principle. If you go up to that roof and leave yourself, we have to call the ambulance right away. That's a principle. It doesn't depend on me. It doesn't depend on you. And one of the ways to get this idea is to look at the 1776 Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. We hold this truth to be self-evident, that the Creator endowed people with certain unalienable rights. Among these are liberty, life, and pursuit of happiness, the dignity of the human person, the sacredness of life, is not the prerequisite of the government. It comes from the Creator. It's a universal principle. Life is sacred. Human dignity must be respected and promoted. It's a universal principle. It doesn't depend on any government, any culture, any organization. It is universal. How about the values? We agree, we reach consensus on values. I mean, if I walk into this room now and slap Bishop Warari, everybody in this room will call the police. There is a madman in this room, because that's not our value. We have to respect one another. So how do we come to that consensus? Societies, through the natural law, agree on these values. And Africa is known for values. Where are we going with this? So we look at then the whole mission of the Global Peace Foundation to use these universal principles, shared values to advance the African Renaissance Initiative. The African Renaissance Initiative we launched in 2024. And what we are trying to do with this initiative is to make our own contribution. Remember, I talked about the culture of peace, national transformation, which starts from every one of us. And so the Renaissance, from the very etymological point of view, started between the 15th and the 18th century in Europe, and it was about the revival and the renewal of classic education, classic literature, going back to that. And that helped Europe to go back to their root, to revive. Within the African context, then, African Renaissance is about the renewal of the cultural, the political, the social, and the economic structures of the African continent. African Renaissance speaks to us about the fact that Africans must take responsibility for this renewal. Ali Mazrui talked about African solution to African problems. If we have to renew Africa, if we have to change the trajectory of this continent, Africans must be the lead. Africans must give the impetus. Africans must be the motivators. We have to lead. We don't have to allow others to tell us what to do, to tell us how to breathe, to tell us the way to go. Africans have to do it ourselves. And so then, you look at how some African scholars, African experts, African sons have looked at this Renaissance from the very beginning. I want to start with Paisley Esakheseme in 1906, a South African student in Columbia University, United States. He wrote an article during his graduation called the African Renaissance. And in 1906, as far back as 1906, Paisley Esakheseme asked the question, when do we start looking at African Renaissance? And he went back to regeneration, using the agricultural imagery. In his understanding, the African renewal is like planting a seed in the ground, and the seed becomes something better and new. And so he said, this is the way to look at Africa, to regenerate, to reconfigure, to go back to the root and take those values and then transform Africa. And to transform Africa means going there into what Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe said in 1937. in his work in 1937 called Renaissance Africa. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe went ahead to tell us that the African transformation will be about political, economic, and social regeneration. Mental emancipation, this is important, and national self-determination. Social, political, economic regeneration, mental emancipation. You know, Tony talked about the 4 dimensions. From the mental emancipation to self-determination. Who are we? What we want for the continent of Africa. Self-determination. We must define ourselves. We don't allow outsiders to define us. It is the responsibility of Africans to define Africa. If we allow external forces to define Africa, it is very possible to give a wrong definition of the continent. Then fast forward to 1948, one of the finest brains from Senegal, Cheikh Anta Diop, talked about Renaissance from a cultural point of view. That African heritage, Africa is rich in culture. And we have to look at our cultural heritage as a springboard to renew Africa. You know, one of the problems we have today is that we have been programmed to believe that everything Africa is evil. Everything Africa is inferior, which is not true. The West came and stole some of our artifacts, took them to Europe, and we go there to pay money to watch things stolen from Africa. And that's our problem, because we don't appreciate our culture. Cheikh Anta Diop said, let's go back to African culture. In 1994, in Tunis, Nelson Mandela told the African leaders gathered for the OAU assembly that it is our responsibility to rebuild the ruins of Carthage. You know that Carthage was destroyed by the Roman Empire. And then in 1994, after spending 27 years in jail, Nelson Mandela came back and said, we stand on this ground. Who will rebuild the ruins of Carthage? Africans must rebuild the ruins of Carthage. And this is where we stand today, my dear friends. We stand on the ground of the motherland of Africa. Who is going to rebuild the ruins of Africa? You think the white man is going to do that for you? That's not true. It is our responsibility to rebuild, as Mandela said in 1994, the ruins of Carthage, the beautiful ancient city. Like we have all the ancient cities in Africa today, Timbuktu and the rest, who will rebuild the ruins. You and I must be ready to rebuild the ruins of Carthage, the ruins of Africa. And then, in 1996 and 1998, Thabo Mbeki, first in Virginia, United States, and Johannesburg in 1998 said, I am an African. That powerful speech. I am an African. The pride, the joy that I'm an African. We must not shy away from our roots. I am an African. Sometimes we want to run away from our roots. I'm an African. If we have challenges in Africa, are there opportunities standing before us? In the Global Peace Foundation, we believe that the ruins of Carthage, we believe that the idea of regeneration, we believe that true transformation with all these challenges is within reach. And that is why we look at African Renaissance as drawing on the deep African spirituality and the traditional values of Africa, built on the ideals of Ubuntu, as a way to engage partners like you, educators, different organizations, to turn the tide. We must turn the tide of Africa. We must become the catalysts of peace and development. The deep spirituality of Africa. That's number one. John Mbiti said, Africans are deeply religious. We drink religion. We speak religion. We live religion. We laugh religion. Everything about us, from the trajectory of life, which starts with marriage, right? It's religious in Africa, no matter how you do it. Then come to childbirth, it's religious. Come to naming ceremony, it's religious. Come to the rite of initiation, it's religious. Come to our burial, everything. African cosmology is centered on African spirituality. God is central. It doesn't matter. That's why you don't have many atheists in Africa. And those who claim to be atheists, when they have problems, think of the number one name they are going to call. God help me. We are deeply religious. And that is why we must draw from the foundations of African spirituality. God is central. We have the Spirit. We have our ancestors. In the Christian understanding of this, we call it the communion of saints, right? In Africa, this is our cosmology. This is our way of life. We have to go deep to the African spirituality to draw. And then we move to our values. The traditional African values, there are spiritual values, there are social values. The spiritual value, God is supreme. And then we have the spiritual balance of life. In the social values, respect for life, care of the community loyalty, honesty, justice. These are great values. Respect for elders. What we are trying to do is to build this on the powerful principle of Ubuntu. And what is Ubuntu? Expressed in different ways across the continent of Africa. We have words like Taranga, Harambe, Ujamaa. All these speak to the idea of Ubuntu. Ubuntu means humanity. And in Africa, we see humanity as one. The interconnectedness of people, the spiritual connection of human beings, the ecosystem. And so we say, I am because we are. It tells you immediately that your life is not possible without others. Think about your parents. Think about your uncles and aunts. Think about all your friends who helped you to be who you are. I am because we are. In Africa, we live in community and for community. We don't live in isolation. We are community members. I am because I belong. I belong to a people. That is my identity. That is your identity. That is your root. I am because I belong. I am because I participate in the life of the community, in the life of the society. I participate in this life. So what does it tell us? It tells us immediately that my life is inextricably connected to your life. If my life is inextricably connected to your life, I should take care of you. I should do those things that promote your life.
I should do the things that will transform my community because I participate. This is against the Western approach to understanding, which is I am because I think. René Descartes, one of the French philosophers, ran with that. I am because I think. What it means is that you are reducing the whole of humanity to the intellect. But in Africa, we say, I am because I belong. I am because I participate. I am part of a community. Life is not just about what I know. Life is about community and relationship. In Africa, we emphasize relationship. And that is why what we have in Africa is called the economy of affection against the capitalist economy of profit. So you know why? If you're the richest guy in your family, you are going to take care of the children of your brother, your sister. In the United States, you're on your own after 18. Tony, is it not true? After 18, you're on your own. But in Africa, who cares about you? You must build a house. Your brother and the children will keep living in that house. Even your nephew will tell your uncle, I need more rooms. That's the economy of affection against the capitalist economy, which is just about profit. And that's why we don't have homeless people in Africa. Because no matter how poor the extended family is, the family must take care of her own. This is Ubuntu. This is Africa. What we are saying is that we have these challenges in Africa. Politically, look at where we are after independence. We thought we were getting it right. But after some time, you move from, I don't want to mention countries, where people have started changing the constitution to remain in power. We have presidents in Africa who have been there for 43 years, 40 years, 38 years, 36 years going. In fact, one of them who is 90 this year is going to run for his party next year. So that's a political mess in front of us there. And then you look at the problem of conflict. You know, in the 90s, we were dealing with different types of takeover of power. Who would think that between 2021 and 2024, in West Africa alone, we would have gone through a couple of coup d'etat? What is that telling us? Challenge. Look at dependency syndrome. In 2023 alone, Africa debt, the whole continent, was $1.1 trillion we borrowed. Who are going to pay this? Nigeria alone, 40 billion. Kenya, 37 billion. Uganda, 12 billion. And we still beg these people. You know, African leaders run from one country to the other. China will call them today. In fact, China gave them 50 billion last year. US will call you. Russia will, even Turkey. What does it tell you politically? We're in a difficult situation. My dear friends, China built in 2017 the headquarters of the African Union. The African Union cannot take care of herself. They built another one for Malawi. Dependency syndrome. If you go through the Sahel region, terrorist organizations have taken over the place. Between 2021 and 2024, more than 2,000 attacks in the Sahel region. More than 9,000 people died. What are we doing? What's our problem? What about our young people? It is said that Africa is the youngest continent with 400 million people. In 2050, one out of every 5 people in the world will be from Africa. And we need 76.2 million jobs in Africa to take care of the young people. Some scholars call it youthquake. But I think it's an asset we can use very well. How many of our young people have died trying to cross the Mediterranean? How many have died along the Sahara? What does it tell us? If you go to Sudan, Nigeria, in fact, last year, Ukraine donated 25,000 tons of grain to Nigeria. Ukraine has 37 million people. Nigeria has 220 million people. Ukraine has been in war for 2-3 years. Ukraine is donating grain to Nigeria. We should be ashamed of ourselves. And we accepted it with joy. Oh, Ukraine donated grain. A country that has been decimated. Giving Nigeria grain with all the human and natural resources we have. And we accepted. We just came back from Uganda. Tony and I, we are driving through Uganda. We did not see any coffee shop along the road, even in the school where we were. Meanwhile, Uganda is the producer of coffee. Starbucks is a United States company. Coffee does not grow in New York. Coffee does not grow in New York. But you come to Uganda, there are no coffee shops. So we have completely taking in the idea of comparative advantage. Our duty is to produce raw materials. What's wrong with us? I can go on, my dear friends. But what we are saying is that the African Renaissance Initiative, built on the principle of Ubuntu, can turn this challenge to opportunities. Because we have human and natural resources in Africa. The cell phone you and I are using came from DRC Congo, called BERT. Used to make electric cars and phones across the world, but DRC Congo is among the 10 poorest countries of the world. Is that okay? That's our challenge. What do? We must recognize that I am because you are. We must recognize that Ubuntu is humanity. We must recognize that we can renew Africa. And the way to go is holistic education. We must go back to the roots. We must develop character and ethical society. We have everything to take care of every citizen of Africa. The only challenge we have is that we lack character. That is why it is very easy for a Nigerian government official to buy houses in Dubai, in United States. If you go to his village, people are dying of hunger. It's lack of character. And you can see this across Africa. We have to go back to the root. We have to recognize our humanity. We have to recognize that it is our responsibility to take care of one another. I was telling Tony that this transforming education is not a classroom thing. Even border people should learn transforming education. Every aspect of the African life, we need to go back to character, to recognize that I don't have to steal the Commonwealth for my children and grandchildren when my people are dying. That's lack of character. And where is the foundation? The foundation is the family, the most basic unit of every society. John Chrysostom called the family the first church. The family is the place of love. The family is the first school where we learn integrity, love, respect, and humanity. And collectively, my dear friends, we can turn the tide in Africa using African Renaissance Initiative. Thank you very much.
That's amazing, right? I just told Reverend Father Kaniza I would like to be your protege so that when I'm given this microphone, I can speak just exactly like you. So he talked about the African Renaissance. And Dr. Cage, kindly come on stage. He talked about the African Renaissance, which reminds me of the book of Aimé Césaire. He talks about return to my native land, isn't it? And he's saying, I'm going back to my people, but my people are like clouds that do not know how to gather to bring rain, to fight the common enemies of progress. But despite of getting this good education in France, he's saying he's going back to his people, and he's asking himself, will they consider me as one of them or as a traitor? So, Reverend Father Kanis, you are right. For us to be able to realize that African dream, it will take all of us in our small way to ensure that is done. So yesterday we were having lunch with Dr. Kech in Nairobi West. So he said, let's go for lunch. We were after going meeting with Her Excellency Raila Odinga about the family. And we met her. He talks about the consistency. And then after that meeting, we went to have lunch. And then as we were having lunch in one of the places there, there's a street child who came there and wanted the leftovers. And the hotel owner refused to give him the leftovers. And I really felt bad. And I asked him, why are you refusing to give him what he wanted? Instead, I told him, come in, and what we are eating, we ordered for him. And ask him, what else do you want to drink? So when you talk about the Africa Ubuntu, that is the Ubuntu we are talking about. Living for the sake of others. I am because you are. So thank you very much. Let's appreciate Reverend Father Kanis again. So thank you very much. So Daktari, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. If you feel good, say hi. If you feel low, say low. Thank you, Father Kanis. That's very powerful expose and taking us through the journey. The martial arts that I do it's a unified martial arts. And it combines judo, kung fu, karate, aikido, even ground techniques, taekwondo, hapkido, all of it. It's a harmonized martial arts. So currently we are developing something with Professor PLO Lumumba. How many know PLO? You know he's a martial artist as well. So we are doing something we call Nia Buntu. Nia Buntu basically means the Do aspect of martial arts. Every martial arts has something we call Do. Taekwondo, Karate Do, Judo, Aikido, Hapkido, Jeet Kune Do for Bruce Lee. So Bruce Lee once said that, which art do you practice? And he said, I practice the art of fighting without fighting. So when people see us as martial artists, they normally see the external bit of it, but martial arts is about the change, the renaissance that we're talking about. So Nia Buntu basically means we want to bring up an African perspective of martial arts that says that actually Africa is the origins of martial arts. If you study the historical aspect of Egypt, Egyptology, and all those things, it means that Africa sources martial arts. Traditional understanding is that martial arts started from Asia, India, into China, a place called Shaolin, and then eventually went to Japan, Korea, and then came to Africa. But we have arts like capoeira, which started in Angola. They do the jumping, the dancing. So when they went to South America, they started practicing, but they wanted to train in a way that the colonial master, the colonizers, would not actually notice that they're doing something. So today it's become an art but it was actually a non-martial arts approach to things. So I'd like you to stand up again one more time. So martial arts is basically more inside than outside. Eventually you produce it outside. So I want us to, we will do some punch. So you breathe in, so you can sit like this kidogo. If you're wearing a skirt, it's okay, but just make sure you're comfortable. Okay? Yeah, in a short while. So, I can do background. Okay, so just there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, five. Balance, determine the age, Make sure your head and the toe is in the same line for you to balance. Good for this part of your abs, okay? Change. Okay, thank you very much.
Let's give Ketch a big round of applause. Ketch is keeping us full of energy and good health, and you know, we need energy to do this, right? That's how we get the energy. Puts oxygen into your cells. That's how you get energy. It's not eating lots of food. It's taking in oxygen that fuels our cells. So let's move on to the foundations of character. So we've been talking about character, how important it is, but actually, in order for us to really deeply understand it, we have to look at its foundations, right? So that's what we're going to do briefly here in this next session. So just a quick review. We have 4 human dimensions. We don't have to spend more time on that. These 4 human dimensions are intrinsically connected to each other. They're not just sitting in isolation. They are intrinsically connected. And I could give a whole separate presentation on the interconnectivity of the 4 human dimensions. But out of lack of time, trust me, this is where the fun really begins, when you see the interrelationship between all of them. And without a question or a doubt, right, the primary dimension, the primary one is the spiritual moral dimension. Educators, are you listening to me? It's not the mental cognitive dimension. It's the spiritual moral dimension, because we're the only species that has this dimension. The lions in the Serengeti, they don't have it. Your pet rabbit doesn't have it either, okay? We're the only species that has this dimension, and that's why it's primary, okay, the primary one. We need to bring this into eye line. And by the way, this dimension is not something you cultivate for an hour every Sunday in church. It's 7 days a week, okay? Father Candace, would you agree with that? Sure. Now we have a priest here backing me up here, okay? 7 days a week. Canon Rosemary, what do you think? Is this only on Sundays? No? Tell everyone.
24/7, day 1 to day 7, 365 days.
These are the real deal religious leaders right here, okay? That's the reason they're here, okay? It's 7 days a week, primarily cultivated by parents and good teachers, okay, as well. So, as I was saying, it's unique to human beings. We actually call it the fourth dimension. So, you might have heard of this saying, right? Habits of the head, habits of the heart, and habits of the hand, right? But there's also something called habits of the spirit, right? This spiritual dimension. And this is the domain of deeply held principles, values, purpose, and meaning. So when we talk about purpose and meaning, it's not in the mental cognitive dimension. This is in the realm of the spiritual moral dimension, okay? So what is the composition then of the spiritual moral dimension? It has these constituent parts. First and foremost, it's the realm of universal spiritual principles and moral laws. Universal spiritual principles and moral laws. It's also the hometown of our conscience. All of you have a conscience. Even those of you who are home births, you also have a conscience. By the way, I'm a home birth. I only found out about this last year. I didn't know this until only a year ago. It's also the domain of our character. So we're going to go in, before I go into each one of them a little bit more deeply, let's look at the interrelationship between these three constituent parts. They are integrally related. First of all, us in the middle, human beings, us in the middle, you, who you are, all we have to do is align with our conscience, and I'll explain about that in a second. And the conscience points to the universal spiritual principles and moral values. And then, through good actions, habits, right, and behaviors, we actually manifest those standards in the form of character. That's how your character grows and gets shaped, right? So that's actually how it all kind of works together. And this is the key to unlocking our full potential. In my view, you cannot unlock your full dimension by just focusing on the mental cognitive dimension alone. It doesn't matter how much you learn or how you develop your reasoning. You will go a long way if you do that, but you cannot unlock your full potential without actually cultivating the spiritual moral dimension. That is kind of like the key. That's the key in the door that really unlocks the entire thing. You can consider it like a powerful AI, the spiritual moral dimension, an AI on steroids. And you know what all we have to do is switch it on. Father Candace and I were talking all last week about this, right? All Africans have to do is switch it on, and then you're off to the races. This continent will be like anything that humanity has ever seen before. Correct? And it can happen quick. Don't think it's going to take 10,000 years. No, it can happen in our lifetime if we take massive action following this workshop. If you take the same action as you were taking before you came here, it's not going to happen. In fact, all the great things you're learning in this workshop, any inspirations you're gaining, is absolutely useless unless you apply it upon leaving this workshop. What do you think, Ben? Come on up here and tell everybody that then, because you've been applying it, right?
You see, last time in Karen, we learned, Dr. Tony went in depth on the fact that in the next 5 years, by 2030, there will not be traditional jobs. So what he was encouraging the educators to do is to start talking about entrepreneurship in classrooms. So what we did, we went and we formed several clubs that we thought would align out of what we learned in the conference. So number one, we started implementing Leap Hubs seriously. So that is ongoing. But we also formed Ethics and Character Club that is led by the principal. And if you don't mind, I would want him to just mention on the impact of how the impact that it's having on the learners, if you don't mind, please.
Did you say learners?
No, on the students.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ben and Dr. Divine. We run a club called Ethics and Character at Sunrise, and we recommend that every learner in the early years,
Did you say learners?
every student in every year, in the very early years, we'll get used to it over time.
Yeah, you will, fine.
All right.
What are
Thank
they
you.
called?
Students.
They're called the students, right.
Yeah, so we encourage students in the early years, from year 1 to 3, to be members of this club, because that's the foundation of human, formation. It is a foundation of formation of character. Of course, every other student in every section of the school is encouraged to join, and we have quite a number there. So we teach them values, human values, integrity, honesty, love, a bit of leadership, but we want them to come up or to grow up with the values that matter, that define a good human person. And it's not just about teaching, it's also getting them to do activities that help them grow up as people of good character. One such activity happening today, or continuously, but very much today, is what we call trees of character. And we encourage every student to plant a tree, either inside the house, but preferably outside of the house. And as the tree grows, and as they water it, as they nurture the tree, they also nurture a value in their life. And we let them see that values can grow just like trees, from very small to very large, and make a difference. Just as much as trees make a difference in the environment, then good character makes a difference in the society. We also get them, we will be doing this at the end of the semester, to do a CSR activity. Go out in the neighborhood and make a change to some human community, change the life of a children's home, visit the elderly, visit the sick, so that it goes beyond the self to the community. And in so doing, we are not only then graduating learners that are very bright, which is a good thing, but also learners that are very human and very personal to things of this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good job. Yeah, it's going to take some time to get the learners out of the brain, right? Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to give you 7 days to have it fully exercised out of your brain, okay? But no, the reason we brought Sunrise up here is just to make one simple point, right? So Ben was in the workshop, the phase 2, back in April, right? Also part of the Transforming Education track of the Africa GPLC. They took action. They didn't go back to business as usual. They're taking continuous, massive action, and now you can see it's having an impact, right? Yes, exactly. So, and I know many, many of you too who have been through the previous phases have been doing this as well, so I want to commend all of you. It's like we have to do something different, right? Leaving this workshop. Okay, so let's dig in a little bit to universal spiritual principles and values. So I'm actually going to quote our chairman, the founder of Global Peace Foundation, Dr. Hyunjin Preston Moon, and I'm going to read some quotes from his keynote address given at the 2021 Global Peace Convention. And this is regarding vision, principles, and values. So here it is, identifying a vision based on our shared heritage and common identity within the human family, and the recognition as humanity that there are fundamental principles that are universally recognized, acknowledged, affirmed, and expressed in the world's wisdom traditions, faith traditions, and actually in hearing Father Canis here, we're learning that this is deeply rooted in the African culture, right? Ubuntu, it goes way back before colonial times, like way, way back, right? I mean, we're in Uganda, it's like the cradle of civilization, and East Africa here. And to help us a little bit understand, right, universal spiritual principles and laws, let's first of all take a look at the other side of the coin, scientific laws for a second. They both come from the same source, from the Creator, right? So again, quoting Dr. Moon, in recent centuries, we have learned much about our universe. And we're learning it every day of the week. It's like nonstop. That it had a beginning, is highly ordered, and functions with mathematical precision. So we've discovered the laws of the universe, the laws of science, and we're just at the beginning of the journey, in fact. Science itself begins with the assumption of natural laws and principles that are unchanging and absolute. You can't mess with these laws. They're absolute and unchanging. For example, if you wanted to test these laws, after the workshop today at 4 o'clock, why don't you go to the top of this building here, right? And you're looking out to see the beautiful countryside, and in order to get a much better view and have a full 360 experience, why don't you step over the edge like 2 feet, have a quick look around, and then step back? Who would do that? Up hands. Anyone would do that? Why wouldn't you do it? The law of gravity. Is the law of gravity, can you negotiate with the law of gravity? Can you tell gravity, hey, Mr. Gravity, I want to step out a couple of feet. Can you just interrupt your gravity stuff for a minute? I want to step, it's non-negotiable. It's an absolute unchanging law, right? And in fact, the reason we've made the incredible technological advance, and it's just accelerating like crazy, is that we are learning to live. These discoveries are all they're doing is learning to live in, these discoveries we're figuring out these discoveries that are in alignment with unchangeable natural laws, right, and principles. So on the same side, right, on the other side of the coin, there are moral laws. These are they are literally the other side of the coin, right? So just as there are natural laws that are unchanging, just as natural laws exist to govern the world of nature, so too do moral laws that govern the human spirit, right? Just as we understand that living in harmony with the laws of nature is necessary for sustaining life on our planet, so is aligning with the moral laws of the universe required for finding meaning and fulfillment in life that all people can share. So in other words, there is a set of spiritual moral laws that have always existed to actually guide humanity to find its purpose, its meaning, what life is really all about. And we have discovered some of those, right? Like the great faith leaders. Moses discovered the 10 Commandments, right? Jesus gave more insights into them. And great people since then have also contributed to it. And in fact, here we are, a quarter way into the 21st century, we're on a quest to understand these more fully, more deeply, to figure out more of them and to unlock and elevate human consciousness. We want to do, we have a lot to discover about these laws. And the more we understand them, the more we can actually live an amazing life full of meaning, fulfillment, and actually that is how we will unlock our complete full potential, right? So what are some of these universal principles? There are many, but let me just point out 4 of them, okay? First one is all people have intrinsic value, dignity, and fundamental rights as endowed by the Creator. Number 2, every person has as their highest attribute a spiritual and moral essence. In other words, we have a 4th dimension that no other species has. This is a universal spiritual moral law, right? And it's super important that we recognize these laws have huge implications on how we live and are treated on this planet while we're alive, right? Number 3, our human nature finds its fullest expression in the meaning in meaningful relationships with others that are primarily nurtured within the family. And in our workshop on Friday, we're going to be talking all about that. We are relational beings. That's a universal principle. In fact, the worst punishment that you can actually put on a prisoner in prison is solitary confinement. The worst punishment, because you are actually shutting off his entire relational, capabilities. And in fact, if a mouse walked into that room, that prisoner will make a deep relationship with that mouse. There's evidence of this. This has happened so many times, right? How many of you had a profound relationship with a mouse? Anyone here? It means none of you have been in prison. But, you know the irony here? We have families, right? How much more could we be relating and engaging the members of our family, and we're not in prison? It's like it's right under our noses, right? We'll actually dig in a little bit more on that on Friday. Likewise, in our schools, we have these amazing students, the children of their parents who live around the school, coming into us. And, a good teacher making a special relationship and committed to guiding that young person in terms of their life. The young people in your class, they don't need more knowledge anymore. They know more than you guys. They have these things, okay? There's no more need to cram knowledge into their brains anymore. We have AI right now, okay? But what they do need is they need your guidance. They need guidance, right? Could someone comment on that here from the audience? One of the educators? Can you comment on that? That this is what young people would really need? Not more information, but more guidance, more coaching. More like preparing them for life. Would like to comment on that? Where? Oh yeah, come on up here. God, this is a tough audience, I'm telling you. Whoa. This is a tough audience. That may be the lunch. The lunch was too good, right? Yeah. What's your name? Happiness. Wow. Happiness. Well, I'm so glad to be standing next to you, Happiness.
Me too.
I hope some of it rubs off on me. I want to be more happy by the end of the day. I'm going to make sure, if I'm feeling down, I'm going to come up and sit next to you, right? Because I think I can be more happy. Wow, let's give this beautiful young lady with the name Happiness a big round of applause. Thank you. Wow, your parents must really love you, right? When they saw you, oh my God, this girl, you see the smile on this girl? We're going to call her Happiness.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Tony. So my name is Happiness, and I am an educator and also a parent. So just to comment on that, in my experience of teaching in the classroom, I would teach chemistry, But anytime I tried to switch to something related to real life, the students would really pay attention. And that just confirms what you have said. And something else also, I think, with regard to us giving our students holistic education, it's going to solve a lot of mental health problems because it gives them a grounding, especially from the spiritual angle, because we get now to empower them to knowing who really are they. Besides, do the studies define me, or is there something more? So I think it's really, really important and powerful. Thank you so much.
So happiness. I have 3 grandchildren, right? They're very young. And I have one more on its way in February, right? And if my daughter and my son-in-law move to Nairobi, and they're like figuring out, like, where are we going to send our kids to school? I have the answer. I'm going to send them to your school, and I'm going to specifically make sure you're their teacher, right? I mean, look at this. Look at her face. It's beaming, right? This is, you're infectious. Yeah, I mean, in a super good way, of course, right?
Thank you so much.
Happiness? Good job. All right, cool. So people, number 4, people develop their innate potential through their choices and actions. Freedom and responsibility are intrinsically linked. This is a profound statement, okay? So let's just continue with this last universal value, talking about freedom and human rights. And where does freedom and human rights come from? Who knows the answer to that? Daniel? You know the answer to that? Come up here, tell everybody.
Yeah, so freedom comes from human rights. They're not given to you by your government or by anyone. They come from God. These are God-given rights, and you have to claim them. They're yours. You just need to claim them, to grab them. Don't wait for anyone to give it to you. Yeah.
Exactly. They actually come from God. They do not come from governments, folks, right? And in fact, when you look at the American experiment, the formation of the United States, the founders, the pilgrims, the reason they left Europe was that their freedom and human rights were being impinged upon, right, in Europe. So they risked their lives to go to a new country, right? And a new nation was formed, right? It was called the American experiment. And this is from our Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That's an amazing word. In other words, they're obvious, right? You don't have to, do a big research on it. They're self-evident that all men, by the way, that includes women too, all men and women are created equal and are endowed by the Creator, not by the government, by the Creator, with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And in fact, the heroes of Kenya and other countries in Africa, in Ireland, in the Philippines, in the United States, they fought for our freedom, right? Our freedom is precious. And in fact, the biggest struggle that humanity has had is how to responsibly use our freedom. This is the biggest struggle that we've had, is how to exercise our freedom. This is a gift, and it requires us to grow, develop, and exercise this beautiful thing called responsibility. And by cultivating our character, we will be able to use our freedom to transform ourselves, our families, Kenya, our schools, all of it, right? So it is universal, it is these universal principles and values and our freedom and human rights that give purpose, meaning, and relevance for us, for our family, and for the nation and world, okay? And all we have to do is seek to be in alignment with it. That's all we have to do. the reason that we have issues, the reason that we have conflicts, wars, we still have wars in the 21st century. Can you believe that? Unbelievable. Because humanity is living out of alignment with these universal spiritual principles and values. That's the cause of it, right? So let's look at the next component of the spiritual moral dimension, our conscience, okay? All of you have a conscience. We're all born with a conscience. My new grandson, who will be born in a few weeks, he'll be born with a conscience, okay? So again, only human beings have this faculty. Your pet rat, your pet dog or cat, do you have a pet? You don't have any pets? Who here has pets at home? Anybody? You have a fish? Okay. Do you love your fish? Does your fish have a conscience? You have to think about that one, right? Your fish does not have a conscience. They don't have a conscience. Your fish doesn't know right from wrong, right? So this is the human faculty. The conscience is the human faculty that seeks and discerns universal spiritual principles and moral laws. However, it requires cultivation. So we have the conscience. So how is the conscience strengthened? It is strengthened by parents when children are younger, right? As children get older, the parents are still the parents. They're continually guiding the children. Also, good teachers can strengthen the conscience. Don't do this, do the right thing. You're inspiring students to do what's right, to seek truth, to be good, right? Like that. So it requires regular strengthening and calibration, right? So putting it another way, you can think of the conscience like a compass, like a moral compass, in fact. So a compass points to gravitational north. That's how GPS works. That's how we're able to navigate around this planet, and that's how we're going to be able to explore the stars, right? Because the compass points to gravitational north. So our moral compass, our conscience, also points to a North Star. And that North Star is the universal spiritual principles and moral laws that the Creator God created, right? Just like God created this scientific and moral laws, okay? And the conscience represents a set of standards, right? So, you know, in the education sector, we're always talking about standards, right? Standards this, standards that, and standards the other thing. But your conscience is also upholding a set of standards. And these are the standards of truth, righteousness, goodness, and love. Love, believe it or not, has an order to it. And we'll talk more about that on Friday, right? So there is such a thing as good and evil. There is such a thing as truth and falsehoods, right? So we want to actually understand. We're struggling to understand these things as humanity these days, right? What is really true? What is really good, right? And so on and so forth. So the final thing we want to look at here is character. This is the last component of the spiritual moral dimension, character, right? So character is simply the manifestation. I really love this word, manifestation. The manifestation of the standards of the conscience, which is truthfulness, goodness, righteousness, and love, manifesting these in the forms of habits, behaviors, and actions. So all of us here have different habits, don't we? And behaviors and actions that we take. So some habits are not good, right? Some habits are good. So the conscience is constantly trying to prod our mind, right? To actually transform and get off board bad habits that are not helping us, and try to onboard good habits. And in fact, tomorrow, I want to give you a sneak preview right now. I'm going to give you a 10-week challenge tomorrow, immediately following this workshop. That is actually an opportunity for you to onboard new amazing habits in each one of the 4 dimensions. Who here is really excited about taking up this 10-week challenge following this workshop tomorrow, that you can't even wait? You're going to not sleep tonight. What is this 10-week challenge? Who's excited about that? Wow, this table is really excited, huh? Whoa, what about you guys up here in the front? Are you excited about this 10-week challenge that's coming up? Are you ready to do it? Whoa, now I'm super encouraged. Okay, so think of this as an opportunity. In fact, you can write this down, what I'm going to tell you next. We're talking about growing in the 4 human dimensions on a daily basis, right? You cannot grow without challenge, folks. That is a simple, basic truth. You cannot grow without challenge. In fact, without challenge, you are either plateauing or dying in that dimension. So when challenges come along, rather than complaining about them, welcome them, because that's how you're going to grow and develop. You become a better person day in, day out, right? So we're talking about freedom and responsibility, right? So don't need to go into that a little bit more. So, you have the freedom. Each of us here in the room has the freedom in this workshop to make new choices, new decisions, and make a new commitment to transform and grow like we've never grown before in all 4 human dimensions, and particularly in the spiritual moral dimension, which is the catalyst that accelerates growth in all the other 3. And that's going to require responsibility, which is another gift that God the Creator gave us. He didn't give responsibility to the animals or the birds or the fish. Only human beings were given responsibility, because we have the choice to become amazing, to fulfill our God-given potential. It's actually God-given. To fulfill it, not to leave value on the table, right? But to unlock the full value and potential that to be all you can be day in and day out, right? And this responsibility is actually driven by ownership. You're taking ownership to grow to be the person you're always meant to be, and taking, responsibility, right? And taking massive action. So upon leaving this workshop and throughout today and the rest of today and tomorrow, we want to be mapping out you should be making notes and making a plan on the actions you're going to take to transform yourself. That's your homework tonight. Don't you give your students homework? No, you're the students and I'm the teacher today, right? Okay. And by the way, I'm also a student. I'm learning from everybody who's coming up here. I've learned from Happiness here, Mr. Jarogi, Ben, Father Canis, Daniel, everybody, right? So we're all learning together. We can learn from each other. So make a plan, right? Start mapping it out tonight. Don't go to bed without mapping this plan out. And by the way, I want you just to make a plan for the next 3 months. Don't be making 5-year plans here, right? Start off by making a 10-week plan, basically 3 months, and acting on it the minute we leave this workshop, okay? So this is Heraclitus. He lived 2,000 years ago, a Greek philosopher. He said, good character is not formed in a week or a month. It is created little by little, day by day. Protracted and patient effort is needed to develop good character. This is profound. This is not miraculous. This is the power of the day. We get this gift every single day. In other words, yesterday is finished and gone. But even today, we still have how many hours left? What time is it now? 3:30. So, yeah, we have like about another 8 hours left in the day, right? Probably you'll go to bed at 9. You'll just be exhausted after this workshop. But you have these hours in front of us, right? To transform yourself, to stretch yourself a little bit more. So this is an opportunity. Don't let time is precious. It's very, very limited. In fact, entrepreneurs, the most important resource is not money, it's time. Because you can't make more time. You can make more money, but you can't make more time, right? So we have to figure out how to use our time most effectively and put it on high priority targets, okay? Which is actually growing ourselves, taking good care and investing into our families, and making an impact in the outer world where we're actually working, right, as educators and so on and so forth. So, Akech, where are you? Okay, next Energizer. And then we'll go into the last section. I think we have to finish by 4, right? Yeah. So I'll just stop sharing here. Okay, a catch. These guys are eager to get their black belts, so you have to teach them a few more moves. You'll be leaving here with a black belt on transforming education. How about that? How many people are excited about that? Yay! Only these guys are excited. Whoa. Okay, a catch. Music. We need the music.
Where are they? Where's our DJ? Eh? We need to pump up a bit. Okay, how are you feeling now? You're feeling good? If you feel good, say, yeah! It should come from your gut. Eh? Okay, so you just stand up one more time. So as we wait for the music, I want us to relax, remove some tension in our body. So just put your waist here, your hands around your waist, and just do 1, 2, 3, 4. Then change backwards, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so look right, 1, left, right, left, right, left. Okay, sideways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your body should be still. I don't want to see your body moving this way, but just the head only. And then the neck, right, clockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4. With your eyes open, 3, 6, and 7. Change, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay? So when you close like this, Thank you very much.
Catch. Hey, that was a good song. Catch, good. I want that song again tomorrow. And where's Happiness? There. So Happiness, I want you to join the Catch tomorrow. So get the right gear on, and you recruit 5 or 6 other young people like you, and talk to them. A catch. Talk to Happiness and recruit 5 or 6 more young people over here, right, for tomorrow. So Mr. Jarogi is the youngest person in the room, but I think a catch is the second youngest person, right? Isn't that amazing? This man is able to move, right? That gives us a lot of hope. Okay, so let's get the projection going again. Let me see. Give me a second. Close this guy. Tech guys, are you guys ready to help me here? I'm going to start sharing this. Share. Here we go. Need it on the screen here. Slideshow from the start. Are we okay there, guys? Houston, we have lunch. Okay. We're going to wrap it up today with the case for character. And we're going to move pretty quick in the next 30 minutes. Are you guys ready? Put on your seatbelts right now, because it's going to get turbulent. We have to be really awake. The case for character. We made the foundation for it. So character this is what is sought out and looked for in the 21st century workforce. And in fact, almost all of the Fortune 500 companies are actually now hiring on character. So I'm going to, do you know what the Mag 7 is? Did you hear that word before? Anyone knows what that is? Nobody? Have you heard of the S&P 500? The S&P 500 are the 500 largest companies by market capitalization in the United States. But 7 of these companies, 7 of the 500, the Mag 7, actually have about 30% of the entire value capitalization. 7 out of 500. And these are your big companies like Meta, Google, right? Amazon, Tesla. So I'm going to pick one to point out something here. I'll pick Tesla, okay? So this is one of the top Mag 7. This is a Mag 7 company, one of the 7 biggest companies in the Fortune 500, the S&P 500. Okay, guys? So let's actually look at this. So in 2022, 3.6 million job applicants applied for Tesla, right? Applied for a job at Tesla. And only 1 in 126 got the job. Putting it another way, if everyone in this room, all you smart people and more, applied for a job today for Tesla, only 1 of you will get hired. Just 1. Isn't that incredible? It's harder to get into Tesla than it is to get into Harvard University. And Elon Musk, the founder of one of the founders of Tesla, he actually interviewed the first 500 people. And Tesla goes through, when you're going for a job at Tesla, there are 11 interviews, not just 1, 11. You have to pass 11 steps to get hired. How many steps is it to get hired at Sunrise? Okay, so Elon Musk, if you're in front of him and you're trying to get a job at Tesla, what's going through his mind primarily is this a good person? What's another word for a good person? A person of good character. So make the links here, folks, okay? Does this person have a positive attitude? How are they as an individual? How do they carry themselves, right? You can't fake that. You cannot fake it, okay? Number 2, relationships. How do they affect others around them? Do other people like working with this person or not? Are they easy to work with? How many of you in your career had people that you didn't like working with? That you just didn't like to be around? That you would stay at home in order to come into the office because that person is toxic, right? So this is the relational dimension. We are now unpacking the character component, the spiritual moral dimension, the relational one. Number 3, skills. Their ability to solve problems, simple problems and complex problems. In fact, the standard at Tesla is on a Friday, all employees are asked a simple question. What did you innovate in the past week? What did you innovate in the past week? This is a great question. You should write this down. If you're a teacher, if you're a school head, if you're a principal like Ben, the question you should be asking your staff on a Friday evening, what did you innovate in the past week? I don't see anyone writing that down. Because we've got to make translations here, right? This all is applicable to what we are trying to accomplish here in the room. Number 4, the application of knowledge. What direct responsibility did you make for significant accomplishments? In other words, not that you were a part of our team and our team did this. What piece did you do? They're going to tease that out. And again, you can't fake it. And in the current graduation credentials from our educational institutions, getting a straight A, right, in high school or from our universities and colleges has absolutely no bearing on these questions. This tells you nothing about these intangibles. You understand? And this is what employers are looking for. Aren't you supposed to be preparing, at least minimally, you're trying to prepare people for the modern workforce, right? This is what employers are hiring on, folks. And our sector is still stuck in the intellectual domain alone, right? And we're not preparing people effectively. And in fact, Elon Musk said that it's not necessarily the case to have a college degree or a high school certificate. Educators, let me say this again. Open your ears up and write this down. It is not necessarily the case that you have a high school certificate or a college degree. Who cares about high school certificates and college degrees? Who really cares about that? The educators. Nobody else really cares about it anymore. Because they're looking for people who can really make a difference, who can transform their companies, right? They need people of merit. You can't fake it. You can actually, there are whole businesses here in Kenya, right, to prepare people to pass exams. True or not, Ben? Yeah, there's a whole business here. And these parents or these students who take advantage of these services think that they're actually going to have a step up. Nothing could be more opposite to the truth, okay? And in fact, so Tesla and the Fortune 500 companies, the Mag 7 companies, if you want to, Meta is your partner, right? They're hiring on this stuff, all right? So they're hiring on this model, on this transforming education model of character first and foremost, relationships next, energy and vitality next, and finally, not how much you know, but how much are you able to apply what you know to solve problems, okay? This is the reality of the modern world. And in fact, Elon Musk said that the biggest hiring mistake he'd made when he looked back at these first 500 employees is relying too much on intellectual capability alone. Because, no matter how smart you are, if you're really smart and you do not have character and you're not a good person, that's a misguided ballistic missile. That person can wreck a company. that person can actually, one person like that can ruin the culture of a company and take it down, okay? Yeah. Yes. George, go ahead.
Okay. So before I came to do this job I'm doing, which is 2 years now, I've been a human resource director for 8 years. So let me support Tony here, how we hire. So I've been human resource director for SOS Children Villages in Eastern Southern Africa, supervising 26 countries and having 2,600 staff, and therefore I do interviews daily, 8 years. And we have a hiring framework, which we call Core Capability Framework. And only the last question has to do with what you learned in school. So all these other 4 areas, which take 3/4 of the interview, we interview people, or we take people on the basis of their, what we call thinking capability, which means we'll ask you questions that bring out your ability for critical thinking and decision making. The second thing, we'll look at achieving capability, which are the questions that bring out your capability in starting something and completing it. And then the third one is what we call self-managing capability or competency, which has to do with manners and character. And then the fourth one is the relational capability, which has to do with your relationships from home to work. And that's why when people go to NGOs, they say, one of the, like here in Kenya, there's a huge number of people on the street who say they don't have jobs. But I am a member of Institute of Human Resource Management. If you do any survey among HR managers, they tell you their biggest distress is to get staff. So how can a country that has people on the street saying we don't have jobs have companies which are saying we don't have workers? It's because most of those people are not good workers, but they are qualified. You see the difference? So they have the A in maths and B, but they can't work for World Vision. So for example, now World Vision is going to have chapel for you every morning. So yes, you could be, you have an A, but you are impatient with God. Will you attend chapel in the morning? So we want a finance manager, but we want a finance manager who has no problem with God. You see, and you can have an A and you have a problem with God, so you'll have a problem. We want a finance manager who is not beating their wife because of the brand. I was telling Mwalimu here that when my teacher is found to be sleeping with underage children, what has that done to my school? You can say it's personal, isn't it? Because I'm not there. But what has that done to my school? I have just lost face. I have just lost customers. I have just lost a name. But yet what you're doing is that's why we say, in HR, we say, everyone who comes to be hired by the company automatically becomes a potential liability to the organization. We call that employer's risk. And so there are people who normally come to HR and say, just give me a volunteer job. You don't have to pay me salary. Our answer is usually no. You can be the volunteer who takes our name to the bar. So therefore, everyone must go through a process. We don't have those jobs where you can just walk in and sit and say you are World Vision, or sit and say you plan. You have to go through the gatekeeping process. And then lastly, Tony, to support you again, all staff of all the NGOs I've worked, they sign a code of conduct, which is nothing but purely what Tony is saying. The code of conduct has nothing to do with what you studied. It has to do with your commitments for morality. Not to steal, not to use the internet wrongly, not to post pictures using our internet, not to watch pornography on the system of the organization. These are all things, and in the HR manual, we write categories of things that will get you fired. And the character ones, we say they will get you fired summarily. Summarily means if you're fired on the character issue, we don't give you a notice and we might not pay you. Because ushatuharibia. But if you're fired on these others like lack of performance, in fact, we can say, pay him 6 months, aende atafute kazi ingine. Because lack of performance is not a big deal to the organization. So I support you, sir.
Hey, George, thank you, Ben. Really appreciate that. Thank you. This is real world right here in Kenya, right? And I think, Ben, I think you're hiring like this too at your school, right? You can't have a premier online school without good people, right? Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, you know, in my own, I've actually have, in Global Peace Foundation, in my department, we have an ad out for 4 months for a new writer. So many people are applying to this, and we haven't been able to do a single interview yet. None of them, all the people who applied to this position, we actually put them in the circular filing cabinet, right? They're not qualified on these areas. We desperately need more writers, right, to do this kind of work we're doing. But I'm not taking on a writer that does not have character, is not good at relationships, right? That has no energy, is not able to solve problems, because that person is going to, suck up all my time, right, managing them, right, and being waiting around to be told what to do. Do you know what I mean? So I'm confident that we will find the right person, but I'm going to wait until the right person shows up, okay? It might be actually one of you in the room, if you'd like to apply. I'm going to start poaching now. Okay. And, just to illustrate this again with Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway. Oh, yeah. Come on up. Yes, please. Tell us your name.
I am Sarah.
Sarah, okay.
Yes, and I have a question. Thinking of the leaders that we have today, and when we look at some of them, when you actually remove the titles that they have, and you look at the character of that person and what they can pass into students or other people, and they don't have much character, yes, but they have walked their way up the ladder and the stairs, some in a good way, some in whichever way they know, but they are some of the leaders that we have. Mm-hmm. So the question is, number one, how do you make someone aware? Mm-hmm. Because even if I don't hire you, then who else is going to hire you? Mm-hmm. And if I hire you and fire you, then I'm not having a solution for anything. So I'm asking, how do you get to help these people, even if they are adults or they are young people who need to come up and grow up and be leaders?
Yes. Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. And, being in an intervention like this Transforming Education workshop is actually part of the solution. We're giving good information here, right? And that means you can go back to your work area or your educational institution and get to work. So this workshop can have a massive multiplier effect, right? How many students and teachers at your school, Ben? 40 teachers and how many students? 300? So 300, that's 340, right? So Ben and a few of the team are here, right? Look at the multiplier effect they can have leaving this workshop. There's only 2 or 3 of them here, but they have 340 other people that they can impact. Same with every single one of us here in the room, right? You can actually be a multiplier, right, of this information. In other words, what you should not do is go back, oh, I attended a nice workshop, let's go back as business as usual. You should be having briefings, schedule them today for Friday or for Monday or Tuesday or whenever it is, and tell your teams about it. If you're a teacher, tell your students about it. If you're a school head, tell all your teachers about it. If you're a sub-county manager, tell all your principals about it. You get the idea, right? Okay. If you're a company, tell all your staff. Oracle is here, right? Tell all the team there. This is relevant for them too. I bet you any money Oracle hires on this principle, without a doubt. Okay, that's why they're our partner. Yes. Okay.
That's a critical question, by the way. Sorry to take your time. Yeah, but you will find that a lot of people who are in private sector will have that problem because they are not allowing themselves to be under authority. Percy here will tell you that even churches that don't allow themselves to be under authority will end up with a pastor with a problem. So this is, you have to give yourself off because you are the leader. So that's why companies are formed and then they go and look for a board which has not invested anything in the company and then say, we humble ourselves before you, our board. Yet that board, Mwalimu here has a board. That board does not know the troubles you went through to form Sunrise. But you understand that without them, you can lose everything you did in Sunrise. There are innocent people that are out there. Some of them are pastors, bishops, and so on. They have nothing to do with your business, but they can tell you you are going wrong. And so that's submission. So a lot of people in private sector have that problem because they think when I was employed, someone followed me. Now I'm starting my own business so that I can do what I want. That is the beginning of death. But for government, the next thing is what we call institutionalization. So for example, for government of Kenya, we have an ethical code, we have anti-corruption and ethics organization led by my bishop, and so on. And these things are written down. But there's something we call impunity. So when they are written, this is now a principle of scripture. If it is already written to you, the Bible says, if I see you going wrong, I talk to you. But if you refuse, I can bring a witness, we talk to you again. If you refuse, I bring the third person, we talk to you. If you refuse, we bring everyone and take it to TikTok. You know? After that, you're on your own. So the consequences will be for you. But for any organizations that want to go forward, and that's why you find now the NGOs and these international organizations, they tend not to have problems because we deal with those things. And at work, lastly, so in terms of reinforcing, just like he says, what we do is that when we do an assessment for staff development, the assessment is based on the same core capability areas. So every year, after appraisal, I will look at your appraisal. You'll always be appraised on your work plus these character issues. Always. And your work is 30% and the character is 70%. Always. So therefore, in your appraisal, we'll say, you are okay this year, but you struggled with customer care because you lost your temper several times. So that becomes part of your development for the new year. So in that new year, then we say, what is needed for you? If your problem is attitude, then you don't need a coach. You need rebuke. Then if your problem is skill, you need a coach. If your problem is knowledge, you go for a course. If your problem is spiritual, we lay hands on you.
Fantastic. And just to reinforce this yet again, right? Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway, this is what he hires on, right? He hires on intelligence. You've got to be competent, by the way. You've got to be a person who's reading a book a month. You can't be stupid, do you know what I mean? You also have to have energy to get through the day, right? Thank you, Akech, for giving us lots of energy today. This is an experiential workshop. And you've got to be able to take initiative. The worst thing that any boss, the dread of any boss is having an employee who is waiting around to be told what to do. That is like the worst person you can have, but there's somebody even worse than that. In fact, Warren Buffett said, if somebody has lots of intelligence, they're super smart, they have lots of energy, and they have lots of initiative, and they don't have character, I'm not hiring them. Because the worst thing is to have a super smart person with high energy and big initiative without character. That is a misguided ballistic missile. That person will wreck the company. In other words, Warren Buffett is not going to take this is mitigating risk. It's pure mitigation of risk. Doesn't matter how smart you are, right? But that kind of person without character, without self-governance, without actually thinking about others, thinking about the benefit of the company, the clients and so on, he's not going to risk his company on this. He spent 35 years, 40 years building it up. Your reputation is built over a lifetime. It can be taken down in an hour, okay? That's character. That is all, it's the intangibles. These spiritual, that reside in the spiritual moral dimension. This is the difference that makes the difference today. The question is, this is a question for you to reflect on tonight, dear educators. Why aren't we cultivating our students this way? Okay? The modern workforce is demanding this. What can we do differently? What different actions can we take on Monday morning that's going to change the way we are going to engage with our students? How can we reorganize the culture of our school? We need to take immediate action starting Monday morning. Not starting in the next quarter, right, in April 1st. No, Monday morning. Write that down. Take immediate action Monday morning. Map it out tonight, okay? And tomorrow night. Okay, guys? Yes.
Thank you so much. I wanted to quickly contribute and share some practice here. So my name is Ruben Wambogo. I'm one of the executive directors of Bridge International Academies Foundation. And because you've raised a very critical question, what are we doing to build our students to be whom we want them to be here as well? And I would like to share some of the practices that we do here. Because we recognize that character is critical, right from the time we started the first school. Right now we have about 100 schools that we operate in Kenya, serving about 25,000 pupils every day, with about 1,500 teachers. And in our practice, in every classroom that we walk in, we do have one of the core documents we call a character board. In every classroom, right in front of the classroom. And what is in the character board is aimed at motivating people to want to emulate the characters that are critical for their future. And then you have procedures of rewarding them, what we may call the striving points that you'll be rewarding to them every time someone does that which is critical and emulating the character board. For instance, it could be, are you a student who respects others? Are you a student who respects your own self? Are you a student who is obedient and you are reporting to school as expected, departing as expected? And all that, the moment we build it into the daily practice, what you've seen is that pupils themselves are the ones who want to appear in the character board. So that character board, you are writing the name, Ruben. And then the whole class will celebrate Ruben because of that character. Students will continue to grow to want to be listed on the board. And over time, you realize there is one point. Today, I'm immensely grateful. The sessions that we've had today represent a lot of what possibly I have not seen in many sessions that I have attended for many years. Because you could highlight some of the key things that I value in management of a school. Many studies have shown that you cannot build a behavior change within days, within weeks. Most of them say you need to build by a minimum of 66 days. But what we expect is that we'll have a session with the pupils as part of curriculum and tell them that you need to respect your parent, and that is over. How do you help the pupils to build that character? Is through modeling, is through motivating them to want to do it. It's through reminding them through observation. It's not through teaching, it's through modeling on a daily basis. And I think that has transformed a lot of pupils that we get to teach. And today, even when I get to see our pupils interact with their peers, I can already see that transformation, physically manifesting in their interaction, in the way they behave, in the way they interact, and how even in the future, they are able to be the people that they want to be. Energizer is important. So in the classroom, you'll have some energizers that are incorporated. We call them the cheers. It's like if a child does very well, you celebrate them. You are great, great, great. And that way, you're building that excitement that I was getting frustrated at times when you ask a question and no one is responding. And, you know, code calling is a virtue when it comes to training. So code call one of the people so everyone is ready. So thank you so much. I thought that would be helpful to share.
Whoa, thank you very much. So it's 4 o'clock. I think we have to finish at 4, right, Daniel? Is that correct? Yes. So I understand you have to drive, and some of you have to take helicopters and all kinds of stuff, right? And some of you might be riding a horse. So I don't quite know, right? So we want to finish on time, but I just want to conclude with what we're trying to accomplish in these 2 days. So in addition to all the things we're talking about, we're actually doing the global launch of the Transforming Education Blueprint. Okay, you need to change the, I'm projecting something else here, guys. You're not caught up. Okay, they'll catch up. So you have it in front of you, correct? Daniel, does everyone have the copy of the blueprint on the table? You do, right? No, that's not it. It's this one. Show me. That one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, pick that up. It's on your tables. Can we have the new slide, guys, back there? Okay, so without the support of the slide, that's all I have showing up there. So this is the Transforming Education Blueprint, and it's a pathway for, okay, now I think they're going to do it. So hold on a minute. No? Oh, I have to do sharing probably. Hold on, that's what I have to do. So hold on a minute. Share, share, share. Slideshow. From current slide. There we go. So we're launching this week. In these 2 weeks, last week in Uganda and this week in Kenya. I want you to know that what's on this blueprint actually got developed here in Africa, right? Last summer in June, we had the Global Peace Leadership Conference. The Africa Global Peace Leadership Conference. There was an amazing Transforming Education track. The then Secretary of Education gave the keynote address, and we had several panels talking about these points. And this is the outcome. This blueprint is the outcome of those discussions, right, Ben? And then we actually went with the first draft of this and had a 2-hour meeting at the Ministry of Education, hosted by the Secretary of Education and all his key directors, right? For almost it was supposed to be a 20-minute meeting. It ended up being 2 hours, right? And we've been refining it ever since. So this is the promotional flyer, right? The first point on here, they're numbered. This is a priority order, right? Lifelong character and holistic growth. The most important partnership is between families and educational institutions. And you know, the transformation begins with us, the educators, and all the points you're making today, and we'll be making more of them tomorrow, right? And we're actually working on the full position paper. We're going to be giving you a position paper that will have about 2 or 3 pages of content on each one of these 10 points, right? So it's called a blueprint. So a blueprint is, you know, architects use blueprints to build good houses, right? So the reason it's called a blueprint is that we want to rebuild the entire education sector. Every school needs to be rebuilt, not physically, but in terms of its culture, right? Do you know what I mean? So we created this to help you. So this is a very useful overview for you to go back to your teams, right, on Monday or on Friday, if you're not attending the family workshop, and have discussions about this. Ben, you were telling me that that's what you did, right, with your team? Yeah. So I hope you'll find this helpful. We're putting a lot of energy into this one, right? And we hope to be able to give you the full position paper by the end of February, early March, right? So you can look forward to that. And Maureen, did you put this on the chat? Yeah, so it's on the chat. You can have it digitally. We have all of you. Why don't you send it to the entire team on their emails? You have all their emails, right? Send it out tonight so you have the digital copy. We've actually revised it very slightly, okay? There's a slightly newer version. It's almost the same thing, but just a little bit tweaking here and there, okay? All right? So I think with that, we'll close it out here for today. And then tomorrow, we'll continue a little bit more with character. We ran out of time. And we'll also be going into the holistic development of educators and students. We'll also be touching on something super important, moral and innovative leadership. And I'll also actually go over this blueprint a little bit more tomorrow. Okay, guys? So with that said, I'd like to invite up maybe Ben to just give a few minutes of reaction to what we did today. What were the 3 big points that we should all remember from your point of view, Ben?
So I would love to share this session with my colleague. But for me, what I would love to say is that I'm challenged and I'm informed and I feel totally empowered. You know, as a leader, I am reminded every day of my greatest responsibility, and which is essentially to transform the learners, the students that come to Sunrise. So with this kind of information and that you have given us today, I feel that I have just the right information and practical skills, like, you know, George, my very close friend, by the way, and we sat over lunch and he was telling me about the theory of transformation, the theory of change. And we went through that, and everything I know now about the theory of change, he taught me. And it's true that we cannot keep doing things the old way and expect different results. Now, we are here. And we all can do something about this. Now, in Sunrise, like you heard, when we learn things here, we implement. And because we are a 21st century company, we believe you can do the same wherever you come from. What I would like to advise is that if you see an area of improvement, even it could be developing the vision, the character board. It could be coming up with a character policy in your company. If you're hiring, you have to rewrite the formula in which you hire, and by creating core competencies like George has advised us. So my challenge to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that what are you going to do about what you've learned here today? What are you going to do? And when are you going to do it? Yesterday we were discussing about the speed of transformation, the speed of change. So it's not about learning stuff. It's about how quickly can you catch something and run with it. And to expound further, I would love to invite my friend and Mr. William to also comment, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a wonderful day. I'm sure you all concur. The lessons we've learned today are pretty intense, deep, opened my mind in so many ways. So I'm really encouraged by that. But what I liked today, just going through the different, the 2 sessions we've had, morning and evening. I love the idea of AI, how it's going to transform our education sooner rather than later. And this I'm going to share as a parent of Sunrise. I'm not here to market them, but I'm just sharing as a parent. But I know they've really done phenomenal things with our children. I have 2 there. And the last one is 14 years old. But the amount of knowledge and AI information she's brought to the house have transformed even some of the jobs that I'm doing out here. Ordinarily, work that I'll do in about 3-4 hours is being done in 20 minutes. Some, she says, send them over to me, I'll do them for you. So it's amazing. So I must commend the Leap Hub program you guys have in school, the different workshops they've been having. Last week they had, she was asking me some very difficult questions on banking and finances and all kinds of things. And she told me, by the way, we had bankers today in school. Dad, when are we opening a bank account? Courtesy of the lessons you guys had with I&M banking. I mean, incredible stuff. So these things are having an impact. We might think they're not, but they're really having an impact back down to our families. And one of the things we've introduced, even at a family level, is discussing family finances. We might think they're very young, but they are seeing things. We are suffering from information overload as we speak. And I liked what we are learning today, that it's not about information. We have so much information already. What people need right now is to cut through the noise and understand and pick what makes sense in their day-to-day living. So that was something very incredible that I picked up today. But I also liked your analogy that we are teaching 21st century students using 20th century teachers, using 19th century curriculum, using 18th century calendar. And you see what that does is the longer you do it, when change comes, we begin to resist. Because we found comfort zones and how we need to, what's the word, how we benefit from that comfort zone and all that. So when change comes, it becomes a big challenge. I've seen that in places where I work, where you want to introduce new things in the workplace, and there's a lot of resistance. Why? Because people are holding on to the different things. They know this is how we've been doing it, so who are you to bring new changes into our organization? So thank you so much for that. But the one, for me, the highlight was Dr. Canis, Reverend Dr. Canis, and speaking about African Renaissance. Brilliant stuff. I don't know about you, but I connect a lot with history. And I loved what he said. We have everything it takes to make Africa great. We have everything it takes to make Kenya great. We have everything it takes to make our schools great. We have everything it takes to make whatever area of influence that we work in or live in or stay around to make it great. We don't have to wait for someone else to come and give us these ideas and all that. And so I believe, like he said, that it's in all of us, but the question is, do we believe that we can make this difference? I speak again as director in Pristine's Insights Limited. We'll talk about this later on. One of the gaps we've realized, and I like what you're saying, one of the gaps we've realized is personal finance literacy. We are sending people out there who have no idea of what to do with money. They know how to create businesses. They know how to run the idea all the way to creation and getting out there and doing something with their business, but they do not know what to do with their money. And so we found companies that have been running so well, tanking out, getting dissolved and all that so fast. Sooner rather than later, they're all gone. Why? Because of that gap in knowledge of personal finance and all that. So even as you talk about that, the thing that comes to my mind is character. And I like what you said. And for those of us who read the Bible, I know the Ecclesiastes, one of the best books I enjoy, written by someone who had a checkered life in more ways than one. But he did say something that's very interesting in Ecclesiastes 7:12. He says, wisdom and money are both shelters. But money, in and of itself, without wisdom, cannot stay. So we need the wisdom to keep the money. And if I think about wisdom, I'm thinking about character, what we're talking about. 80% of finances is behavior, 20% is knowledge. I'll repeat that. 80% of finances is behavior, 20% is knowledge. It doesn't matter what you learn out there. It's the character and the behavior around the cash. Do we get excited? So those are the things we are trying to also partner with different people here to see how best can we pass that information to the children out there. But in closing, about character, one of the things I've learned is we have 3 facets of life. There is your private life, there is your personal life, and there's your public life. As educators, we have public lives. As owners of organizations and all that, we do have public lives. So we will be judged by the public. They will get to know what's going on. Who are you? What are you doing? Where do you go? What do you do with your money? What kind of shoes are you wearing? What belt? They will judge you because of virtue of the position that you hold. But then there's also your personal life. You at home, your family and all that. What do you do? But then also you have your private life. Who you are when nobody else is around. And this is what I've learned. If any of those areas contradict one another, it's a question of time. It's a question of time. And that's why, if we are going to have any impact in education, transforming our education system and all that, we can't pass on what we don't have in terms of our character. Our children are spending 8 hours with the teachers and all that, and all these kinds of people out here. But even the people who are spending time with them, do they have the character to pass on to our children? And so that's what we need to start thinking about. Are the 3 areas of our lives contradicting one another, because if they do, like they say, it's a question of time. We can do a charade.
William the Conqueror. He's conquering the whole financial literacy with character, right? He's the new William the Conqueror, the good conqueror, right? Right, William? You want to do this, right? Okay. Vince, where are you? Okay. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow here, Vince. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate William once again.
Is to help cultivate lifelong character and holistic growth.
In the afternoon, we've just been taught this, that the domain of our character is the spiritual moral dimension. What does that mean? It means that as Tabi, who is a CASO and also an educator, I need to work on my spiritual moral dimension. You need to work on your spiritual moral dimension. We all need to, because at the end of the day, Isaac, hata kama ulituambia we do as you say. Students don't operate like that. Students do as you do. Therefore, our students are emulating us. So question is, what are they emulating? How can I help nurture character in a student if my own character is questionable? Daktari, thank you so much. And I feel like I'm speaking for the rest of us when I say this. Just like your name, the session, divine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Beautiful. That's a beautiful summation of the day, right? Wow, she nailed it. I think no wonder she's a quality assurance officer. Yes. I think she's a good one, huh? What do you think? Yeah.
The content has been approved by the quality assurance. Yes, Solomon is saying by the Ministry of Education in Kenya. And you know, when you're looking for human resource, we export HR. So here we are quite there in Africa and also in the globe. Sindio, Daniel? Yes. So thank you very much. So let's appreciate Dr. Tony. Yes. Aya, moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Now, that is always an appreciation for politicians here in Kenya. So that model, that appreciation. So just a recap. How many topics did we cover today? Oh, a burning one. Daktari is saying there is also someone who has something there for reaction. 1 minute? Okay. Do you allow that Dr. Tony? Thank you. I can see the spirit of transforming education is everywhere here. Okay. Yes, here is the mic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olive Lumadede. I'm blind and I'm visually impaired, and I've learned a lot. Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. So all I want to say is that I think you should embrace inclusivity kinda. Like Dr. Okech, when you say, turn this way, you know I can't even jump because I don't know what you're saying. So tomorrow, when I come here, I want it to be inclusive. And then most of the deaf wanted to come, but because they were asking if we have a sign language interpreter. So next time, I hope there will be one. And anyway, the session is transformative. We are not learners, we are students.
Thank you so much, Olive. I got the opportunity to engage with Olive, and she told me, I have blessed you with the olive oil when we were going for lunch. Imagine. Thank you, Olive. She blessed me during lunchtime. Let's appreciate Olive. Yes, for the sign language interpreter, we'll have tomorrow. Looking at the registration, we said we were going to have a sign language interpreter. So there was one who had registered but had an engagement, but tomorrow she'll be here from noon. So it is going to be catered for. Sawa Olive. We are inclusive, and I know when you're talking matters of education, we have to be very, very inclusive. Sawa. So thank you very much. So how many topics did we cover for today? Very good. Who is that? Kavu. There were 3 topics. Number 1. Now, you know Kenyans with Mwakenya. Bwana, bro, simfunge hiyo Mwakenya. Topic 1. Visualizing the true purpose of education. Topic 2. The foundation of character, the moral compass that always points towards the north. Tony always says that. And then topic 3. Pardon? Case for character, part 1. And then there'll be case for character, part 2. So tomorrow, which topics are we covering? Yes. What is the other topic? Oh, I used to be in a class. We used to give chorus answers. And sometimes they never used to be correct. The other topic was? The one for Reverend Father Canis. The African Renaissance. Sindio? Redefining the future of Africa. And we say we are responsible for the future of Africa. Sindio? So tomorrow, what are the topics that we're covering? Number 1, we like the students. I'm very keen on using the term students who always read ahead of the teacher. Because when we are not reading for exams, but it means you are always prepared. For tomorrow, topic 1. Tomorrow's topics, number 1 will be the case for character, part 2, which will come at around 9, 10. And then we'll also have the holistic development of educators and students. The other topic that we're going to cover tomorrow is moral and innovative leadership. That leadership that transcends beyond self, living for the sake of others. And then transforming education blueprint, isn't it? Yeah? Transforming education blueprint, which will be like a takeaway home. It will be like our position paper, policy paper on this, right? And then we'll also have the rapid planning method, where we'll be able to have how many days plan? We have to challenge them, isn't it? They have to set a goal. If there is no goal, we are not working towards anything. So also you have to set your own personal goals there. And then we also have stakeholders' remarks. So was this day, did it really count it? Yes, Tony.
So I just want to add one final assignment, right? I'm sneaking up on you right now, okay? So in your workbook, which you have here, everyone has this, correct? No? Daniel? We didn't do the workbooks? Tomorrow? Okay, how many have workbooks in the room? Okay, if you have the workbook, please read pages, the rest of you will have it tomorrow, right? Read pages 1 through 26 and complete all activities 1 through 8 tonight. Tonight, okay? Okay, guys? 1 through 8. That's 1/3. That's your book. That needs to be filled out tomorrow. Okay.
So thank you very much. Where is Maureen? Where is Faith? Faith, kindly raise up your hand. So if you don't have a manual, please contact Faith. You'll drop your name and contact. Faith is there. Kindly stand, Faith. Kila mtu amemwona. So she'll be able to ensure that each and every one of us have got the manual to ensure the assignment is done. So I want to say thank you very much, and we really appreciate you. We apologize today, we started a bit late. Some of us got lost, but tomorrow we'll not get lost, isn't it? We'll be here on time. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Omondi to just close with a word of prayer. So Tony, there is one speaker from South Africa, courtesy of the request of Jenny, your friend, the former director Crawford. There is one speaker who would love to share on empowering our children for the future through creative arts for 10 minutes. So Jenny requested that we'll have that at 9. So most likely we'll not have our recap. So instead of our recap, to ensure that we stick on the program, we'll give her an opportunity. So thank you. Yes.
Before Mr. Mondi closes by prayer, I just had an innovative suggestion, and I want to throw it to you there. When we were young, I don't know whether you remember, we used to say the loyalty pledge. You remember? And we don't say it anymore. So I was thinking, can we come up with a character pledge? And you guys can contribute the wordings. Huh? You can draft tonight, come up with some drafts, then let's share those tomorrow. And we'll give it to the quality assurance of the Ministry of Education so that our students will be saying the character pledge. One of the reasons why we grew up well during the Nyayo era was because every morning you were saying the loyalty pledge. What was it? Who can remember what the wordings were? I pledge my loyalty to and the government of Kenya. Sindio? My readiness to? Yes. So that had a way of guiding us in character, but we don't have it anymore. So I'm thinking we need to come up with character pledge. So let's contribute words for character pledge. And after we do that, we can have it printed nicely, presented to the Minister for Education, and the schools can start, our students can start reciting. Yes or no? Do you agree with it? Okay, let's contribute tomorrow. Thank you.
Good evening. Let's stand up and pray.
Sorry, bridge of protocol a bit. Miss Amanda is coming, the director, to close the host. So after that, then we'll have our word of prayer. But briefly, you can share with us about Friday, as Amanda is coming. She'll be here in the next 30 seconds, so you can kindly have,
Okay. So since I'm doing the prayer, let Nancy talk about Friday.
Okay.
Okay. So we can sit and wait for her to come, and then we'll do the prayer. Yeah. Okay. So since I'll do the prayer, Nancy, would you like to talk about Friday?
Good evening, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Nancy, a colleague to Mr. Victor Omondi from Kigwa School. We are hosting the family session at Kigwa School on Friday, and we are hoping that all of you can come. I have been in the early years education for more than 20 years now, and I think my experience and what I have encountered in the lives of the very little innocent children is what gave me the passion to host environment to host that session because that is where life begins. As educators in early years, it is where we start nurturing, molding, and developing personalities, characters, and life. And it all depends on how we handle them, how we treat them, how we nurture them until the time they are out of the cradle of the early years. And it determines what kind of people they are going to be and what kind of human beings they are going to be in the society. So in my experience, the character, the morals, has played a very big role in the nurturing of these children, in the lives of teachers. I know I've been in places that I've invited Dr. Grace as my visitor to mentor my parents, to speak to them on issues that we have gone through as teachers, as a school, in the process of inculcating learning to those very young learners, where we have problems with character with the parents, character in the family background, which has a lot of influence in the lives of children and in the learning process. Sometimes the society leaves everything to us as teachers, and we cannot commit magic. We cannot work magic. We need the support of the family and the society as large. And with the background of our African traditional society, the child belonged to the community. It's only now that we have gone back to the nuclear family. Touch my child, we meet in court. That's what we are told as educators and teachers. I correct your child, and you tell me, mind your own business, look after your own children, leave my own children, they are my business. The nuclear family that we have gone back to, it's not doing a lot in inculcating and bringing these children positively into better humans in the society. We are encountering challenges, and especially where a small baby of 3 years old will come and tell you, mom was fighting, dad was fighting, mom was drunk, she could not wake up to bring me to school in the morning. All these are character issues that are affecting the nurturing of our little ones. So when we are talking about character and transformation in education, the family is also a very important aspect of the development of our children, our students, and our society as large. So I'm welcoming you on Friday to Kigwarid School, Runda campus, where we are going to have the session, and we hope that we all can attend and have a very beneficial session like the one that we are having today. And I believe that the same will happen tomorrow for the benefit of our future community, our future leaders, and the children that we are that have been entrusted into our hands by our community, our society, and our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy and Omondi. We are looking forward to having the family workshop at your school. So thank you very much. It could not have been proper closing the session without the host, isn't it? It's not African. It is not in the spirit of the African Renaissance. So with that, let's put our hands together to welcome Miss Amanda, the Executive Principal, Crawford International School.
Thank you, Vincent. Well, I hope you all enjoyed your conference today. I must say that I couldn't be here the entire day, but I did come in every now and then, and I know that what was presented is valuable. We don't understand how the family dynamics are changing. Sometimes we don't have a mom and dad in the house. We've only got a mom, and sometimes the mom is working as well, and there's only a house help to bring up the child. We have to stand in for that mom and dad. We have to build that character. If we don't do it, it's not going to be done. So it's not a burden, it's actually a privilege that we have, that we could mold these young minds and that we know where we want to steer them. So conferences like this is really invaluable. We must gain this information, we must take it home with us, and we must take it into our communities. So thank you for all the presenters today. I hope you had an enjoyable day. Did Cebu feed you well? Good, because I warned them. I said to them, special guests are coming. make sure that they are well fed, because these are important people. So they made sure they were early this morning. They were already cooking and setting up. So thank you to them as well. We will welcome you back tomorrow, and tomorrow will also be a successful day. But thank you for making the effort. Just by making the effort, you show that you care. So thank you for being here today. Have a safe trip home, and we'll see you tomorrow morning early. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amanda. We really, really appreciate. She's been our host. She's also been able to ensure that we are well taken care of. So for that, we say thank you. Gracias. Okay. So a word of prayer. After that, we'll take a group photo at the dais here. Mr. Mondi.
I think the only person who's not been appreciated today is Vincent. Let's clap for him. The only person who remembered to appreciate you was Olive, who blessed you with the olive oil. So we also appreciate you today. Thank you. So we can stand and give thanks to God. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we thank you once again. We called upon your name in the morning before we started this session. We are grateful that you've blessed it. We've had a successful and very impactful session today, Jehovah. We thank you for because of each and every person who attended this workshop here today. And even as they plan to travel back to their homes, Jehovah, may they travel safe. We commit even the remaining sessions ahead of you to Jehovah God. We pray for your blessings. May it continue to be impactful into our lives. For this we pray, believing and trusting in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you.